sharing this to a few folks I know that want to come. And then I'm going to do the theme song. Alright. Thank you guys. We're going to get right into it. Make sure you keep tapping and sharing and tap like crazy through the intro.
Welcome in, friends, sit right here. Grab yourself another beer. Religious dogma so damn loud. But fuck that shit, you gotta quit. Where God was lost, you can be found. Deconstruct that shit in Lobes Lounge. Deconstruct that shit in Lobes Lounge.
All right. I think you're
Short
the
amount
only
of time.
creator that has an intro. I don't know of any other creator who has an intro. And there it is. The Luigi outfit. Wait, hold on, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I didn't realize I
There you
had
are.
my mic still muted. Yeah, I didn't realize I didn't realize how hard it is to put on suspenders really quick. So I'm still trying to fasten
Was
this
this-
in the back here.
Yeah, was this a surprise?
No, I do this sometimes. And I hope that I don't keep getting Discord notification. I'm gonna have to open that up and see if I can mute.
Oh, I didn't know Mezzo had an intro. I've never been at the beginning of one of Mezzo's lives, so I wouldn't know. But that's not surprising, because both these guys are musically talented.
Right. Well, speaking of which, guys, if you're not following Trust But Verify already, make sure you are. He does lives all the time.
Thank you.
Far more often than I do. Make sure you're following him. He's very good with the street epistemology stuff, very respectful conversations. And I actually have a little something for you, too. So to welcome you up here, I had this little ditty prepared.
He's a certified badass. He's a master debater who'll make you cry. He's the coolest of the cool bitch. Where's the lie? Give it up for Trust But Verify.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
Of course, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, Tahir.
Hey, Tahir, how's it going?
John, it is kind of like Phineas and Ferb. It makes me think of Bowling for Soup, and I'm pretty sure they're the ones who did the Phineas and Ferb theme song, and Jimmy Neutron. To hear, we're wonderful.
Yeah, doing well.
We
Doing
are
well.
wonderful.
I'm happy to be here.
I'm happy.
I'm
you
always
came
happy to...
on short notice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah,
I
I'm
was
happy
like,
to co-host with you, man.
I've got to get somebody else up on here. It doesn't have to be the same person every time, but I feel like it's beneficial and like fun to have somebody to shoot the shit with while you're waiting for people.
Absolutely.
TikTok
Yeah,
atheists
absolutely.
are obsessed with God. We can't get enough of this guy.
We can't get enough of it.
He
Yeah.
has so much to say, and like it's like, dude, you gotta stop your followers from saying so much dumb shit. Okay. So I'll let you pick. This is my newest background. What do you think? There's this one.
Oh, that's dope. Okay. I like that. What are my choices?
There's
That's pretty good, though.
Also this one.
Ooh, that one's a little more provocative.
There is this one.
I like that one.
And then there's one more that's just very general. Or like a Q&A, I guess. Very relaxed.
I think I like the first one.
Let's
The
do it.
newest one, the first one. Yeah. Why should I worship your God? Yeah, I like that.
Why indeed?
Yeah. And I like the Fallout style character you are.
Yeah, right?
We have nothing. Yeah, because we don't believe in a God. Yeah, you're right. We don't have anything.
Yeah,
People who don't believe in things don't have anything.
that is right.
But see, that's the thing. We don't need to demonstrate. We don't need to have anything.
Yeah, we've got, oh, Caroline's here. Caroline is one of our mods, and to here I'm making you a mod right now, too.
Caroline. Da, 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 Caroline. We don't need reasons redefine living. Well, my reason is there's not enough evidence. Yeah, but there's not enough evidence. That's the only reason you need.
There's just not, yeah, there's nothing.
Thank you, Caroline. Yeah.
Ask an atheist the same question. So if I ask an atheist the same questions they ask, they fail. Well,
Right. They should.
There's yeah. If we say I don't know, I consider that a W. Like that's called being intellectually honest.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you can sit here as a dude on a spinning ball, rocketing through space that was here long before you were, and be like, I know exactly how the universe began, and I know exactly
Wait, hold
why
on.
this is here. What's up?
You could never defend that there is not enough evidence. Don't need to defend it, number one. We don't have to defend it. But number two, simply I compare it to all the other explanations for what theists give for, like creation and all that, and it falls way short of the evidence that we have. It's just that simple.
Trust. Do you have the TV on in the background?
Oh, it's Mrs. Verify on her phone. I'm sitting a little close to her. That's why.
Verify.
I can distance myself a bit. But you're claiming to know about the universe. No, we don't claim that. Who claims that? Redefine living.
That's the whole point.
That's a straw man, sir.
That's why we're atheists, because we don't do that.
Yeah.
And it makes Christians mad that we don't like presuppose the same things they do.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if you want us to believe your belief, then just provide evidence. That's all you got to do. It's easy.
Yeah. We are taking guests. If somebody wants to come up and engage with the prompt,
like redefine living, come on up. The fundamental nature of reality is atheistic. No, that's not what. That's not a thing.
All right.
Again, that's a straw man. That's a red herring.
He's requesting up.
All right.
Oh, I thought this was just an echo chamber.
No. We're taking guests to talk about this. So let me just first get your age and.
Well over 18.
All right.
I'm an old man. I'm a dogmatic Christian.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
As long as you're cool, we can have a convo about this. So why should we worship your God?
Yeah, well, because Christianity is the only worldview that can coherently explain this experience we call reality.
And that makes the God deserving of worship?
Well, it's necessarily true in the same way that logic would be necessarily proven.
And what makes it so necessarily true? It's not as so clear to me or to trust.
But yeah, the fact that the instantiation of any non-biblical worldview cannot be completed.
So it sounds like you're saying the absurdity of the contrary or something.
Yeah, I can use that argument.
Okay.
So that's what 5 questions you've asked me so far. Do I get to push back or challenge any of the things that you guys said while I was in the comment section, or
If you want.
or you want to just keep pressing me? Yeah.
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah. So is it a true dichotomy that that either God either exists or does not exist?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if it's the case that God exists, then the fundamental nature of reality would be a mind, right?
I don't know. That depends on how you define God, I guess.
I don't know what that means.
Are we going to play? Yeah, is this the part where we pretend we don't know what words mean? That happened really quick, you guys. That happened really quick.
Hey, redefine living. You're familiar with Colossians 3:12, right?
Yeah. Well, you're not a Christian, so yeah.
Why does that matter?
Yeah. Well, because if you're going to try to challenge me on some ethical objection, you're going to have to, instantiate your own ethical standard. But that was a dodge.
Do you know what Colossians 3:12 says?
I don't have the Bible memorized.
All right. Do you want to go read it real quick?
Is this
and then I'll
a
answer your
dodge?
questions.
Hold on. I got three questions out. I didn't get the third one answered. I answered 5 of yours.
He's keeping.
You guys
score.
only answered 2 of mine? Is that how this
I think
works?
we need to stop right here because I really think you need to read Colossians 3:12, and then we can continue on. But until
I'm not. I don't do Bible studies with atheists. So, but
right.
yeah. So, can I get my third question answered, or do we? Is this? It was over that quick.
What's the third question? One more time.
Yeah, if it's the case that God exists, and by God, for now, we'll just use like a standard accepted philosophical definition, something that is mind, something that is ultimate, and something that has the omni properties. That's pretty generic, right?
Yeah. So
Right?
if
Yeah.
sure. So like an ultimate being that created the universe that is a mind.
Yeah, mind. So if it's the case that God exists, then the fundamental nature of reality would be a mind, right?
I suppose.
Which is pretty easy. Well, what would it be? Not a mind?
not necessarily. No.
I don't really know.
I mean, this is really
easy.
easy stuff.
Because if I like presuppose a god, like if I make up,
I'm not talking about your mental states.
If I like make up a god and give him these traits, and then say he creates reality, I mean, maybe that would be what reality is. But I guess if he's ultimate, he could make it something else so that it's not a mind.
That was just drivel. I mean, I could say that if it's the case that a unicorn exists and the unicorn is God, then that mind would have created all things, right? So we're just saying, like, if it's the case that God exists and this God is the creator, then the fundamental nature of reality would be a mind, right? Like, there's only one way to.
I don't know how a mind can be.
Do you want me to
synonymous with
define
nature.
ultimate for you? Okay. Do you know what it means to be ultimate? That was one of my stipulations. That's like this is basic stuff, you guys. We shouldn't even be disagreeing here. This is like, yeah, like if God exists and God is ultimate, meaning that all things derive and depend on this God, like this God would be non-contingent, then yes, the fundamental nature of reality would be a mind.
So
that would be the mind of a God that is ultimate.
Just so
hypothetically, if this were to be the
Again,
case.
not necessarily.
Then
what would it be?
Hey, I don't want to get bogged down. I'm willing to grant it.
Yeah,
but
this
like,
is so
can I
bad,
ask-
you guys.
Can I ask if there wasn't a God, what would you say the fundamental nature might be?
So you're going to ask me a 6th question, but you can't answer my 3rd yet?
I said
That's
that I
fine.
would just grant it.
I just answered your third.
Yeah, well, that's my first question was about the true dichotomy. So it's either the case that a God exists or it doesn't. So if the fundamental nature is not a mind, being the mind of God, then we would be on the other side of that dichotomy where the fundamental nature of reality would be some sort of naturalistic, non-personal mechanism, which is what you believe because you're an atheist, right? So you just got us there a lot quicker, right?
Yeah,
You just got us right where I was going.
I don't know. I mean, you're talking a lot about the meta too. So, but what would it be? What would the nature be if there wasn't a God? What would the nature of reality be?
It would be naturalistic.
Okay, and
Right.
we're okay, and we're assuming.
So that's the 7th question. So
Yeah,
I got 3.
I'm going
7th.
For I'm going for the all-time high score, so I might ask like an 8th or a 9th question too. Just be
Yeah,
ready.
no, that's fine, but just so I'm clear.
Hey, do you want to talk about the conversation we're having, or do you want to actually have the conversation?
No, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. I want to follow you in your little line of questions, but just so we're clear, like, you guys can't answer for your position now, and you only want to press me, or you can answer questions.
I don't know how
just
many times
wondering.
I have to fucking say it. Redefine living. Do you have a listening problem or?
Yeah. No, I just made
Okay,
maybe
so what did I say?
But you don't need to be emotional. Like, let's have an adult conversation. Can we do that at least?
What did I say then?
Like a mature-minded. So I was asked.
what did I say?
I was asked the question, what it would look like if the fundamental nature of reality was not a mind, and I said, well, then it would be naturalistic, because that's what a dichotomy is. A dichotomy is if there's only 2 options, like A or not A. Something will either be A, whatever that is, and if it's not A, then it would be not A. Could be like B, C, D, E, whatever, but it wouldn't be A.
Mm-hmm.
So either the fundamental nature of reality is a mind, you've stepped into theism, Or you reject that because you guys are atheists. So you guys believe, whether you express it explicitly or not, that the fundamental nature of realities can be explained naturalistically.
Yeah,
Right?
I think that.
Or do you believe in God?
I think we can explain a lot about the universe if we assume that it's natural. If we assume that it's not, it doesn't really do a lot for us. And I don't know how we can verify which one it is.
Well, let's probe that, shall we?
Sure.
Now, you guys are pretty secure because it seems like you guys don't like answering questions, which is kind of a sign of weakness.
Yeah, we're like.
Okay, I don't know how many.
Here.
Hey, Redefine Living, I don't know how many times I've told you I've answered your question, and I asked you, what did I say? And you haven't answered that question.
Oh, maybe, you know what? Perhaps I didn't hear. Would you ask your question again so I can directly answer it, please?
Okay. As soon as you read Colossians 3:12, then I'll answer it.
Oh, yes. Maybe you didn't hear me, actually, because I heard you. But you didn't hear me when I said I don't do Bible studies with atheists. So that's where we're at.
I heard you loud and clear.
Yeah. Well, and then I accused you of dodging, which seems like that's what.
No, it's not dodging. Yeah. I answered your question.
Yeah. So if you're trying to
clearly
say
you weren't. Yeah, and you have a listening problem because you didn't hear what I said.
I heard you loud and clear.
Then what did I say?
Yeah.
What was the answer? What was my answer to your question?
Something like you're maybe. No, I'm paraphrasing. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't.
I'm loosely paraphrasing.
Whatever you said wasn't important to us, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, it's just something along the lines of you don't have like the cognitive abilities to continue in a conversation with me, so you're gonna put a challenge out there, which I've already said I don't do Bible studies with atheists.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do philosophy with like big brain people like him either. Trust.
I'm not a big brain person.
Well, I mean,
I just know what a dichotomy is.
But then why are you talking like somebody who thinks his brain is bigger than the universe?
No, I'm not. I'm saying like a dichotomy is like one or the other, right? This isn't big brain.
I know what a dichotomy is.
Okay, great. Yeah. I mean, if I can.
Have you ever like seen me talk to people before?
No.
I've never.
I remember.
Are we going to do ethics again?
No.
Ethics again?
Yeah, I remember who you are now.
Okay. Are we doing ethics again?
Do you have
You've been on my live.
He was
on my live before.
This guy sucks.
Yeah, he sucks.
That's a good way to kick me.
I've never.
Is this where I get kicked?
No, you can leave if you want, but like as long as we're just like doing the meta like you wanted to do from the jump, we can just do the meta. Yeah, man. Like I've never really been so tempted to kick somebody.
He came into my live.
Is this where you guys
live and he used the R word and then he got kicked. TikTok kicked him from my live. So I remember this dickhead.
No, that's not true. I've never been kicked by TikTok from a live. So you might have you
were muted and kicked. Yeah.
I think you're confusing me with somebody else.
Why would you do that?
No, it was you.
Yeah, well
I remember you.
I can assure you that you're wrong, but you know,
trust. He's assuring us, and we already know that he knows everything from the way that he conveys his information to us.
So I thought we were going to discuss my theism.
I thought we were going to discuss something too.
Your atheism.
Come up here and start counting how many questions we were asking.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can. Like I said, I'll answer your questions. I told you I would.
You're talking to us and just being a bitch.
I got 3. Well, let's get back to the.
Came up here just to crash
let's get back to the meat.
Your attitude started before you even came up.
Let's get back to the meat and potatoes, shall we?
Well, if you're willing to.
I'll answer one of your questions in good faith.
Okay.
Or 2 or 3, however many you want.
If you mean that, then I will concede and we can continue. Okay. So, why don't we just do your thing? You're talking about the dichotomy. Yeah, there's a dichotomy. I understand the law of identity, law of non-contradiction. Dichotomies are set. It's one or the other. This is odd or even. I get it. And if it's a theistic universe, then maybe the grounding would be a mind. Like God created the universe. If we assume that, then I guess the grounding for the universe, if that's what you were trying to say, or the nature of the universe would be a mind.
Small critique, if you don't mind. Well, you're right when you say if we assume that, but we're talking about something that is entirely different than our mental states or our attitudes towards whatever this true state of affairs might be. So it has nothing to do with whether or not we assume anything. We've not invoked our thoughts or feelings. We're rigidly talking about, it's a true dichotomy that either God or not God. If God created everything, then everything that we are explaining scientifically would be because God created the world in order so that it could be explained that way.
Okay.
So pointing to science isn't really going to help and say, hey, well, we can explain, lightning and it's not Thor now. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because God created a world that could be rationally understood on those terms.
Yeah.
Could be all false.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a God that created the universe, then he made it this way. Obviously, we can use science to learn things about the universe. That's the best method that we have. And it either is that way just because it couldn't have been any other way, potentially, or maybe God made the universe, and the evidence that the universe is how it is now, it would stand that he made it the way that it is now, that we can use science.
Very good, yes. There we go. Okay. So then, pointing to science, we wouldn't really be engaging with the question about whether or not there's a God. If we're just saying, hey, we have this methodology that works within the physical realm, and maybe we can't apply that to a realm that's not physical, so that might not be a sufficient means of arguing about God. What do you think?
Okay, so you're saying that since God isn't like considered to be part of the physical reality, there won't be we wouldn't expect any evidence, and therefore we cannot actually learn about this God or something? Is that what you're saying?
Well, depending on the methodology. Like it would be silly to say like, well, if God exists, then I can like put God on the couch and like tap his knee and get a reflex from him, like use science or something. But we can discuss God, whether or not God exists, by challenging what worldview can satisfy the preconditions of science.
Right. And I think if you have a worldview where you have an answer for everything because you've assumed an answer, that could still be false. You could have made up all of the wrong answers. Even if they answer all these questions and if they're coherent, it could still technically be incorrect, right?
Yes and no. So if you're arguing because of the impossibility of the contrary, then that means that what you are arguing, should you be successful in your argument, would be like objectively proven.
Okay. Yeah.
I can give you an example.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So somebody says, well, I don't believe in like classic logic. I would simply ask them for an argument as to why classic logic is false. And so they will necessarily need to use the very thing that they are arguing does not exist.
Okay.
And therefore, the fact that they are arguing against logic proves that logic exists.
Right. Okay. So
Right?
was your original point that you were going to try to get to was that if we use our mind to disprove God or come up with a way that God doesn't exist, that proves God because we've assumed that God is a mind?
No. I would say that their things have preconditions. So like an example of a precondition would be maybe if you said, hey, I'm going to hop in my car right now and drive down and buy a Slurpee. A precondition would be that like there's a road and you have a car that can traverse the road, obviously, and that the vehicle is functional, or maybe it has, fuel. There are preconditions, whatever those. Like you can't just hop in a car and drive to get a Slurpee if you are on an island in the middle of the ocean that's like 3 feet by 3 feet.
I'm following. So connect this to the God thing.
Yeah. So the argument would be that whatever aspect of a worldview we want to discuss, there would be three. We should all agree on this. Okay. You're either talking about like metaphysics, the things that exist. In science, we talked about that. That would be like within that category. The things that we know, knowledge, or ethics. So whichever of those three areas we want to discuss, I'm going to show you that the denial of God, discussing any of those three areas or all three of those areas, presuppose that God exists.
Okay.
You can say no.
Well, why don't we just cut to the chase and just say, let's just presuppose God exists, and then let's get to the question on the board. Okay, so now that God exists, now what?
Yeah, then God exists. Your worldview's false. Congratulations,
Okay,
gentlemen.
so why should we
I'll
worship
accept
this
your.
God?
I will accept.
Pack
your
it up.
concession.
We're going home, fellas.
That's it. That's it.
No, I mean,
we got a
I think
concession, ladies and gentlemen. That was
Okay, but
fast and easy. Good job.
But here's
So
here's
easy.
the
I guess
thing
my
we
work is
define
done
living.
here now.
Right?
Right?
Well, no, because you took us
No.
down this whole thing that's not relevant at all. Because we're talking about why should we worship your God?
Yep.
So now that's the next question.
Right.
Why should we worship this
Right.
God? Now
So-
that you've
and
now that
I'll
you've
answer. And
supposedly
I'll-
established that it exists. Why should we worship it?
Yeah. Good question. I'm not dodging. I'll continue to directly engage. But just so we're clear, you now concede, the atheists concede that atheism fails to explain reality on its own terms. And now
we're just
we want to
conceding
discuss
because
what
we're getting to the part that's relevant.
Yeah, the
None of that
relevant part is
this whole 8 minutes has been irrelevant. So
Yeah.
we're just getting to the relevant part. So why should we
atheism
worship
is
your
false. Atheism is incoherent, and now we want to talk about what God, right?
God? No.
Yeah.
Why should we worship?
No,
your
wait,
God?
what? Yes or no? Atheism is false, and now that theism is true.
Redefine
you know,
living.
what
Do
God?
you see the board behind you? What does it say on the board?
I'm
what
just
what
waiting
does
for
this
your
backdrop say?
concession, right?
I already conceded. How many more
Yeah.
times do you want me to
Okay.
say it?
You
All
got
right,
us.
great.
man.
Okay, we have already conceded that
got
we
you.
have
All right.
we're presupposing that your God exists.
Okay.
So how about look at the board and say, answer the question, why should we worship your God?
Yeah, is knowledge and well the only so just we're there. The only reason why I'm
Ready to clip this?
Yeah, be ready to clip this. Put on your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat. Make sure you're sitting. The only reason why I'm being clear to that about that, I want to make sure that's clear, is because when we try to like push back, I just want to make sure that we're not going to try to push back into atheism. Okay, because if we try to push back in atheism, well, we've already passed that part. We're at theism now, and so that's why I just want to make sure. Okay.
Are you going to answer the question or?
Yeah. Well, because if we want to say that we know something within any theistic framework or any framework, we're going to have to ask what are the preconditions of knowledge, right? And so if we want to make a claim such as like there are these classical laws of logic, like the law of identity, we want to use that for an example.
Of why we should worship your God, sure. I'm not seeing where this is going, but sure, yeah.
Well, you're going to buckle up. Okay, so in order to say, like when we invoke the law of identity, we're making a statement about the nature of everything that exists. We're saying that within the set of all real things, every component within that set can never be its negation. Right? It's law of identity. Mm-hmm. A is A. A cannot be not A.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, like, are we following?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
If I
still
invoke an
waiting
apple,
for the
I'm not
relevant
invoking
part.
a banana. Right, okay. Well, so then I would ask, look, well, how would you know that? And then I would argue that the only way you would be able to know that without committing something like a composition fallacy. A composition fallacy would be where like you have a local experience in the world, but you're judging the entirety of everything that exists based on your local experience. That's a fallacy. There's no justification for that there. So when we're talking about the law of identity, we're making a universal statement about everything that exists. And the only way that you could know that is if this God has revealed that to you. Unless you want to give me another way. Is there another way?
Yeah,
Push back.
sure. We'll take it. I'm still waiting for why should we worship this God? Okay, this God exists. Why should I care about that?
Okay. Yeah. So now when we say, well, that would have been a good opportunity for you guys to say, like, hold on, not so fast, because like maybe this God's a trickster, a divine trickster God, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or maybe this God didn't create our minds in a way to know things and receive revelation, right? Mm-hmm. Or maybe God didn't create creation in a way that it can be rationally understood. So it would have to be a God that did those things. In order to know anything about reality, then you would have to have a God that created your mind in a way to know things, create the world in a way that it can be understood. And this God would also have to be a loving God because it's revealing things to you and you need to be able to trust the revelation. Okay, this God would have to be relational, which means that it has to be triune in eternity past, or else its relational ability and its loving ability would be contingent on creation. And we've already established that this is a non-contingent God because it's ultimate. So now we've stepped right into Christian theism, and there is no other God that can provide those preconditions. Push back, fellas. Be like, no, I don't like that.
I'm
Object. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I'm still waiting for the part redefine living where I should care. Why should I care about any of that?
So
I just noticed the time, guys. I just started
We're
the
there.
kick pull for the guest. Vote if you want the guest to stay. Happy face to stay. Crying face.
Oh, they're going to boot me. They don't like this. They're like, no, we hate the Christian God. Get him out of here. Yeah, because if it's the case,
you haven't said anything about why we should worship this God.
We're there. I just want to make sure that I'm giving you an opportunity to object and be like, no, it's not that.
No,
God.
sir. I just want you to land the plane, please. Just land the fucking plane.
Because
please.
if Christianity is true, then everything that follows from that is also true, which means that we have a God who loves us and provided a way for us to escape our inevitable predicament, which is the road to perdition we've placed ourselves on. We've sinned.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You're saying that just because we have conceded that this God is real, now we have conceded that it's the Christian God as well?
No, I argued for that. I explained to you that there are preconditions for intelligibility. I explained to you that those preconditions can only be satisfied by the triune nature and the attributes that only Christianity can satisfy. And then I gave you an opportunity to push back, and I begged you. I'm like, push back.
Okay, so then again, I'm still not hearing the why I should worship this Christian God. Why should I do that?
And at this point, the kick pull has been finalized. So unfortunately, you'll have to
God.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
That was insufferable. Yeah.
it was really hard to sit through. I wish that it wasn't our first guest. Hey, all right. So
this is my. I think we're proving my theory that in the world of good cop, bad cop, when you're the host, when you and I are together, I'm the bad cop. But with anybody else, I'm the good cop.
Okay, sounds fine. I'm bringing up a couple of friendlies just for a few minutes. Subs gets to stay on the panel indefinitely, except for, I guess, I'm doing an exception for Truss. He's a co-host tonight. Otherwise, guys, we need
I'm
some...
a sub. What are you talking about?
Well, oh, yeah. You are a sub, too. But I don't think either of them are. But Tahir is one of my mods, and Tiny Science is just a base motherfucker. And I know that they're awesome.
Oh, yeah. Tiny Science is just a goat.
Everybody, welcome.
He just belongs on anything.
Welcome, Tahir and Tiny.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Hello.
I just wanted to shout out the 30 YouTube viewers we've got over on the Deconstruction Junction YouTube. If you want to pull up the chat, Lobes, they're talking to you over there. So.
Oh yeah, let me pull it up. Actually, I'm sorry, I mentioned it, but I forgot.
That. That's all I came up for. Kick me out of here.
Okay, let me.
Thanks, Tahir.
Yeah, bye.
Get out of here. Go on, get.
Go on, I'll get.
I'm just kidding.
All right, Tiny, what's up, dude?
I just wanted to come up and talk about how shitty that argument is. If
Tell
you're
us why, Tiny.
if you're saying that God is the grounding for logic, you're having to use logic to get to that conclusion. So you're borrowing from logic just to get there. So that means that God would be contingent on logic.
Yeah,
And their answer to that is that God would be the presupposition in trying to say that, well, without logic, you can't get to God. But, well, yeah, you have to use logic to get to God.
Well, if you notice, the way to do it is to just let the dog catch the car. Because if you let them catch the car, then they don't know what to do with the car. And
Yeah, he has
that's why,
no idea what
that's why
he's doing.
he argued against himself for like the next 10 minutes. And because that's why I was like, okay, well, let's just assume that God exists. Now what? And there was no answer for that, because there never is.
Yeah, he didn't know what to do. He's like a dog. He's like a dog chasing cars. Once he gets it, he doesn't know what to do with it.
If only I caught one.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to engage and demonstrate how Christianity is valid. You can accept this argument and argue for Brahman. You can use it for Odin. You can use it for any literal god, even Satan. You can do it for an evil god. If this argument is just presupposing that there is a God, then there's just pure dishonesty from that position. And it's going to project dishonesty the entire time. It's just a classic Van Tillian effect of, well, we're going to destroy the atheist position. This is not a good argument.
Well, that was his attitude when he first came up. Very condescending and like, it's just not fun. Oh, is Radio Spencer in here?
And he doesn't. Yeah, Spencer is in here. And he doesn't want to do Bible study with atheists because he'll get blown the fuck out, too.
I guess
they never want to study or talk about the Bible because the Bible disproves his claim.
Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't ask him why he doesn't do the Bible study, but I guess that is a pretty good reason. All right, I'm sorry, guys. Let me look at some of the YouTube comments because I'm not used to having YouTube comments. Hello, YouTube. Let me see what's going on over here. Jax says the biblical deity is the evilest little demon. Captain Lurk says there is God in pretend. There is God in pretend. Yeah, I agree. I think that if you pretend, anything's real. Let's see. Guest is total nuisance. That, yeah, I mean, but Tiny's not, right? Tiny's cool. Redefine the YouTube channel's Deconstruction Junction. This is my first time being streamed to it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, thank you to Tahir being cool like that.
Yeah.
All right. Tiny, I try to stick to my rules. So, if you sub, you can stay and hang. Otherwise, I'm going to drop you down and bring up the next guest.
Oh, that's cool. Before I go, Redefine is a Darth Dawkins clone, and you know how successful Darth Dawkins is. That's all I wanted to say.
At peeing his pants, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys. I love your faces. I'll see you soon.
I love you too.
All right.
Bye-bye. Oh, and I really liked the So Depressing video. That was hilarious.
Yeah. And hey, everybody, by the way, if Tiny's still in here, go follow Tiny.
Yeah, follow Tiny.
He's a great content creator. Yeah.
Tiny, send a message. There you go. Click on Tiny. Everybody follow him.
There we go.
And look at his.
So everyone click on Tiny and follow him. And if you're not following him,
Tiny is the best.
Yeah, Tiny is the best. Tiny's the GOAT.
All right, so we're gonna bring up. There is a couple of people in here. There's one person I've spoken to before. Samuel, I've spoken to you before, and somewhat recently I'm going to bring up this other guest first. There's 20 minutes until a kick poll, so there's a minimum of 20 minutes if you can wait, and then I'll bring you up next after them, all right? So we got 4-digit fishing coming up. Hey, 4-digit fishing, can I just call you 4?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Can I call you 4?
How's it going?
Yeah, you can call me Foreman.
Okay. What's your age and your religion?
I am 50 years old and I guess ex-Christian, I guess. I don't really know what I am now.
You said you're 50. You sound like you're 20.
I appreciate that, and I have to argue my case every time I join a live for some reason. But yeah, I am 50 years old. I grew up in the church, went to church for 40 years, and about 10 years ago, I, for some reason, something just clicked, and I let myself start questioning things, and I still don't really know where I land on a lot of things, but I do have just a couple of real quick points that I wanted to talk about.
Sure. Should I bring up the timer, or are you going to be like really, really quick?
Oh,
you
no.
You got a maximum of 20 minutes. Okay, sure.
Oh, no. I won't waste that much time for you guys. I know y'all have got other guests. First of all, I want to commend you on y'all's composure, because if you listen to a lot of lives on here, a lot of people are not real great at dealing with people like that last guest, who I just have to say is probably so much fun at parties. And one of the reasons that I kind of feel like now people like him really make me feel like a more logical explanation than God creating, us in his image, as people like that created God in their image.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how it appears. That's why I think the God is so misogynistic and stuff, because it was made up by a bunch of misogynistic men back in Bronze Age or earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, the God in the Old Testament, that's one of the things that I never really could reconcile was, the God in the Old Testament and Jesus, because the God in the Old Testament was kind of a petulant child at times. And
yeah,
that's one of the things that it's super scary if you grow up in that kind of indoctrination to get to the point where you start letting yourself question those things. But being on the other side of that, where I was once that last guest and would have been condescending like that, and being free from all that right now, if he's still listening, man, just chill out, let yourself question things, and I promise you'll be happier.
Yeah, the best way that you can convince somebody that you're right is to meet them where they're at. This is what trust does.
Yeah.
This is what I try to do. But coming up and trying to just curb stomp the host or whatever, I mean, even if he obviously, I think if he convinced us, it would be kind of embarrassing to admit it in that moment, but it wouldn't happen anyway. And he could maybe give us something to think about that maybe would convince us down the line, but we won't be receptive to it.
No.
If he comes up and starts just spewing ad homs and being cheeky and counting how many questions we are, I mean, it sounds a lot like it's just immature, and it's not going to get you anywhere. You're not going to.
No. It never does. And like I said, I commend you guys for your composure. And that's really all I had. You guys are doing good work. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, buddy. W hosts, everybody, give us a round of applause. Send us Galaxy if you like what's going on. or 5 or whatever. I don't know. I think I do have a gift goal that I forgot about. It's only 2 duck hats. The duck hat is it's one of the medium priced ones, I think. But it's only 2 of them. Pin this thing here. All right, guys. So yeah, thank you guys for sitting here. Make sure you keep tapping. We're at 13,000 likes. Let's see if we can get to 20,000 likes within the next few minutes. If everybody fills up that meter. Oh my God, the live goal is already achieved. Usually this makes a sound. Hey, Trust, say something.
Look at that. Right on.
Hell
Congrats.
yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you guys. Wow, that was fast. I mentioned it and immediately, I guess that was L and that was Tahir. I guess I should set up a new live goal, but I'm gonna bring up Samuel because he's been very patient.
Right on.
Hey,
Hola.
Samuel. What's up, dude? Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yeah, so why you can say hello or whatever you want, and then we'll get into the prompt.
Oh yeah, hello, and totally agree with the fact that what is it? I don't understand this whole gotcha persona for trying to win people to your belief system. That's insane. I cannot. It always baffles me.
Yeah.
especially whenever it's one of our core concepts for our God is that he's humble, and then it's just hey, I'm so humble, I'm gonna just diss y'all.
Yep. Y'all know Lonely Island. Connor for real. Pop star, never stopping. Humble with Adam Levine. Anyway, man, yeah, I agree. I learned that from Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. That's a really good perspective to have when you want people to see things from your perspective in a genuine way. Trust, we got a pretty good crowd tonight. We got 31 on TikTok, 38 on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
We got more on YouTube
Nice.
than on TikTok. And that's cool. Yeah, thanks to here for
Nice.
offering to stream on the channel. All right, but Sam, it's good to see you, and I'll start the timer now. Why should we worship your God?
So my God, just to start off, if we're presupposing that my God exists, because that's the question pretty much, then I think my God's rad as fuck, just to go ahead and start it off. But part of that has to do with the fact that I think... yeah. Exactly. I think, go ahead and start strong. So I think that if something's going to get worshipped, it has to be worthy of worship. So within my belief set, if I'm going to believe that a God is worthy of worship, then anything that is not worthy of worship automatically cannot be true about said God, or God is not worthy of worship. So I choose the first path. And then this goes ahead, and I know you're Lobes the Absurdist, so I'm a dirty existentialist over here, so we have to create meaning.
Hey, man, I wanted to be an existentialist when I was like reading up on them, and I was like, man, that sounds nice. They just get to make up their own meaning. I don't know how to do that.
Oh, you just have to go ahead and create God. Yeah, that's...
So what is your God? Are you a Christian? I didn't ask you. I know that you're over 18 because I've talked to you before, but I can't remember your Christian, right?
Yes, I'm a deacon in the PCUSA, Presbyterian Church.
Okay. Remind me, are Presbyterians big on like predestination?
So that was traditionally the movement that we came out of, but whenever eventually there was kind of a point where we questioned first the idea of limited atonement, because one of our big tenets that was separated us from the Reformed movement was the idea of communal confession. So we, if no one takes the blame for a sin, then we should. So then whenever we started doing that, then it started taking more of a universalist tone, because if we start believing in an all-caring and graceful God, and we believe that all sins are equal, and we believe that God chooses us, then no one can be held liable, and an utterly gracious God would have to forgive everyone.
Okay, valid. This is leaning me towards your God is a cool guy, but I don't worship every cool guy, so... How do we get to the worship thing? You said the God has to be worthy of worship. I personally am not convinced that anybody can be, but what's your case for that?
So I think that this is where, and I think that this is a decision that has to be made. So this is something that totally you can just be like, that's not a decision that I want to make, and then, agree to disagree here, which is that I think that it is useful for me personally, to go ahead and then think that the essence that existence is based around is something that is worthy of worship. And if that is the case, then I can define the rules of what I think is unanswerable, at least at the current moment, until proven evidence otherwise. That leads to me believing that the world around me is something that I should be grateful for, and that I can worship in its existence.
So did I hear you right, that you're just assuming that the God is worthy of worship? Is that the first thing that you said?
So I'm saying that if there is a God worthy of worship, then we have to assume that it is worthy of worship. And if anything is presented against this idea, then either this God is not worthy of worship, or the thing that is proposed about this God is not true. So I choose to believe the thing is not true.
Okay, yeah, sure. So if we assume that there is a God that's worthy of worship, then we would have to assume that, like, we ought to worship the God, like, if there is one. So now we just have to determine whether or not there is a God that's worthy of worship. What's your criteria for someone being worthy of worship?
So I think that where I think that would be worthy of worship is, and also I don't always, and this is something that might give me a little bit of flack in my community because the Eastern church agrees with me a little more than the Western church. I don't think it's inherently important that God is a person, and sometimes I lean on Spinoza for that. With that, I do think that if I understand that there is a system in the world that is moving towards justice and it's moving towards a refinement of morals, that this God is better morally than I am. And how I know this is because people are wrestling with it and people get better. Because I do think if we look through history, although we take minor steps back, we are leaps ahead of what we were 2,000 years ago.
I would agree, but I'm sorry, Trust, did you have a point?
Oh yeah, the only thing I was going to ask then. Well, actually, I had two questions, Sam. First of all, if you have a belief that this God may not have a mind, I think that's what you said. May not be more like Spinoza's God. May not be a person, which means it doesn't have a mind. So then, if it doesn't have a mind, how does that make it worthy of worship?
So I think that there is things around us that are deserving of praise. So like there's things that I'm grateful for that don't have a mind. Like I'm grateful for nature. Like there's things that I'm inherently grateful for. And this is where, like I said, this is kind of where I'm leaning on the fact that if God doesn't have a mind, then kind of like Spinoza's God is kind of a good way to look at it. So this is where I do tend to tell people that I'm a pantheist. And for a while there, I said I was a panentheist, where I believe that God had a distinct personality from everything. But now I've kind of backtracked on that and gone back to pantheism.
Okay, and this is like everything is God, right? Or we're all a part of God in some way, right? Is that what you mean?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Because what I was gonna say before, when Trust had wanted to interject, was that you think that God is just or is good or is like has a stronger morality than we do because he is like a guiding hand in our morality improving over time, I think is kind of what you said, to paraphrase. But the way that I see it, God has given us a certain set of rules. If you're a deacon in a Presbyterian church, then you would probably agree that God gave us certain commandments, and so he permitted certain things where he could have put a hard stop on stuff, like the slavery, for example. I think we got rid of slavery in spite of the Bible. There isn't really a spot in the text where I can see that it condemns slavery, but there is plenty of places you can point to where it condones slavery. And I think that that's us kind of dropping the God thing and going our own way. And that is our morality being better as we start considering God less. But the fact that you're a pantheist kind of makes me question that argument. So keep that in mind. But like, if we're all God, then I guess it's kind of like all equals God, or you could say that us improving in spite of God is just God improving or discovering himself or some shit. Is that what you're saying?
So that's where I tend to really like, although I am, my mentor is Jewish, I'm not. And I tell people, like, in the Kabbalistic tradition, there's this idea that in order for the material world to have been created, God kind of like lost God's self, but is finding God's self over time. And I think that that's an interesting way to view it. Because I think that I think it's useful sometimes to view religion more as an art than as a science. And I think that so often, especially in the West, a lot of Christians do these belief claims when there's no way any of this stuff is believable or verifiable. You have to make faith claims, like these ideas that I would like to believe, like this idea of trust or hope in certain concepts that rule the universe. And I'm saying that these metaphysical claims stride towards something good. But since I'm like, I wanted to answer the Presbyterian and like the Bible thing. So with the Bible, although we read it as a text, we do heavily involve, like, if you're going to be a Presbyterian minister, like, you have to learn Hebrew and Greek, and you have to go to seminary and, all that stuff. So like, you have to go to, I think my pastor had to go to 8 years of schooling, and then she's currently working on her doctorate. So with that, we understand that this text disagrees with itself immediately. This is not a monolith. This is not telling you who God is. It's people arguing over time with the concept of what a transcendental thing is that is ideal morality. And even this is where with, I tend not to say God's name just because I had a Jewish mentor, so I'll say Yod He Vo He. So whenever you translate that's even a play on words, where it's kind of telling you that God is more of a concept than an entity in its initial Hebrew. And like, this is even like the fact that Jewish people tend to say Hashem is the idea of the name or the nameless. And it's this idea that God is the unnameable.
It sounds like you're almost defining God out of existence, or at least you're taking personhood away, which is something that I guess you had already kind of said, that you're not sure if he even is a person, right? So this is kind of making me really wonder now why I should worship God, unless it's like I don't know. Like, I feel like we're kind of just ripping it apart like wet toilet paper.
I think we might want to define what the word worship means too, because I have an idea of worship, and it sounds like it might be different from what you're describing, Sam.
Oh yeah, I mean, we need to be on the same basis of definitions. Our languages, can only go so far whenever we don't define words. So I think that worship is this idea of gratitude. I always tie it into gratitude. So I don't think that this is something that needs to be sung to. Now, if you like singing to it, then and that somehow positively influences your life, then do it. But there's a lot of ways to worship, and I think that this is something that mindfulness, authenticity. If you believe that you're a part of the divine, like if you truly believe that you're made in like a God's image, or everyone else is made in a God's image, then contemplate what that means. Contemplate if God is everyone else too, then how do we properly value human beings?
Yeah.
And how do we value ourselves?
I have a very different definition of what worship means. I mean, I tend to go to the dictionary definition, which is showing reverence and adoration for, honor with religious rites, or the feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. So if we're kind of getting away, because it sounds like what you're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're kind of backing away from this definition of a deity, and giving it like giving this concept of a god different attributes, and then that. I don't know. It makes it sound like less of a god, and then and I'm kind of with Lobes here. It's like I'm really wondering. Well, then why should I worship it? Because I mean, I get the idea of gratitude, because I'm grateful for a lot of things in my life. I don't see that as worship though, and so that's why I'm trying to understand the distinction here.
So it's one of those things. So it's hard to explain. A great paper I'll suggest for anyone that wants to read it, because I don't think I can explain it very well in the time I got left, is God, Gods, and Fairies by Dr. Hartley. He's a Eastern Orthodox priest, and he kind of it's a criticism of the Western God from a classical Eastern theistic perspective. I think it's like a 62 page, what the difference is between your kind of Platonic Christian God compared to how we talk about like your creator deities. And if we are talking about like your like demiurge, like your creator deity, then I agree that every proposition for a creator deity is not worthy of worship. And I think that we would probably agree on that.
W's in the chat for Samuel. A lot of
Dubs.
a lot of what you said I was silent for, and we agree that we shouldn't worship a creator deity. I can't really see a reason why any god would be worthy of worship. This prompt, by the way, isn't meant to be something that is achieved or like proven or disproven to be true. This is just to get the conversation going. So I want to find out where people are at. Because if it was, I would have been like, well, I need somebody who kind of believes in this specific type of god so I can slam dunk it or something. And that's not what it's about for me. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think that this is a good way to look at it. To be honest, like there's no reason to worship anyone, no creator deity. But so for you, what does worship even look like for you? Like if you were to say I'm going to worship God now, and then you start, what exactly is it that you do?
So this is where I kind of get back to the idea that religion's more of an art than a science. So although I say this as my base belief system, I think that it's useful whenever playing with artistic ideas to go ahead and choose what medium you're going to use and to choose what rules you're going to play by. And then when doing that, I go ahead and I enjoy going into different, like not just my religious tradition. And this is something that I really appreciate from whenever I was a religion major and my mentor pushed me to go to like different religious traditions, is that go with people and eat with them and worship with them and see what different aspects of reality, how different people worship it. And kind of just embracing that and then taking it in. So this can look like, walking with a druid through a forest. This can look like going into a mosque and then joining in and in their reverence of Allah. This can look like singing hymns. So for me, a lot of times I tell people that I'm a pantheist and a Trinitarian. And it's like, well, that's inherently paradoxical. And it's like, well, yeah, because I don't believe the painting's real. Like, I think that the painting, I can make a depiction of what I think is real. But at the end of the day, it's just a painting. It's me trying to understand the thing that cannot be understood in a medium. So like I was having a conversation with someone else who is a Christian, and like they were talking about like idolatry, and I was like, I think if you believe in God, then inherently you're worshiping a false idol. If you believe that you know what that God is, because if God is utterly transcendent, then how could you ever know what it is? So you have to create an idol for that time period to worship, to let the transcendent know, or not know whether or not it has a mind, that it's worthy of worship. But even then, it's not for the transcendent. I think it's for us. And like, that's the big thing too, is that I think that this is for us. I think worship is for us.
Samuel, I like your energy. I just am so confused. Like, it's like you're a pantheist and you're a Trinitarian, and you said that's paradoxical, and I agree. I think that being a Trinitarian without being a pantheist is already paradoxical, right? I think that the Trinity breaks the laws of logic already. When you combine that with pantheism, it's like, well, now it's just like we took the pool out of the pool and then put more pool where the pool was, and now there's like the most of the minimum amount of pool, and I'm like just having a hard time following. And then you said it's more art than science, and I think it would have to be, because that does not comport with logic for me. So I'm just trying to understand your perspective. Like, do you even? I guess this is something that you might have to just think about for the next time with 30 seconds left, depending on how the kick bowl goes. But do you believe in like you don't believe in a specific God? This is like a this is like Or what do you mean when you say that you have faith in the Trinity while being a pantheist? I guess is a better question.
So I think that inherently God, especially as presented, I think from a Jewish perspective, is utterly transcendent. This kind of like, this holy God that they're trying to understand constantly. And I think that that can be beautiful whenever you don't try to define what transcendence is. And then when you define what transcendence is, you do awful atrocities in the name of it because you're trying to make something infinite finite. Which look at the world around you. When you try to make things finite infinite, then you go ahead and you start exploiting the world and all this stuff. So I think doing the opposite is also not a good thing to do. So when looking at that, oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry guys, it's the kick pull time. So I started it. I was trying not to interrupt, but I guess I need to make an announcement since nobody is tapping it. There's 23 seconds left in the kick pull. Click the smiley face if you want the guest to stay. Click the crying face if you want us to move on. You got 15 seconds. Make sure you tap on one of those two emojis. Don't type it in the text field. Tap it on the screen above the text field. Okay, well, it looks like you kind of won by a landslide, so we'll keep you up. I didn't mean to interrupt your answer, but go ahead and just continue for me. I'll reset the timer.
Oh my God, they love me. They really love me. So initially, whenever I got into scholarship, especially whenever I started learning Hebrew and reading the Hebrew Bible, one of the big things is the Shema. So Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God, your Lord is one. It is a complete destroyer verse for the Trinity, and it should be. And it's the mark of God, and it's the most important thing, if you're Jewish. And it was even when Jesus was alive. So I was a Unitarian for a really long time, while, playing with my faith because, I've always been a bit of a heretic. So with that, I think that the beauty of the Trinity, is this idea that the person who God is the most is the person who is utterly made outcast. So at least Jesus being divine, I think, is a beautiful thought experiment, which then can lead you to having a beautiful view of reality whenever you try to take the narrative the way that it's proposing itself. Because I think that Jesus, by modern standards, has some ethical problems. And I think that we'd probably agree with that. But for the time period that he was in, he was a pretty ethical guy, the way that they were proposing him. So with that understanding that love and this idea of pushing for justice and pushing for the marginalized to be brought in, and the idea that this is met with violence by your religion, by your society, and by everyone you love, and even by your God. And somehow that is where the fullness of deity dwells, I think is a beautiful idea, but it's inherently paradoxical.
Trust, are you following this?
Not really. I think I got lost in the weeds. Sorry, Sam.
I like you so much, dude. I just can't follow what you're saying, and I don't know if it's because you're a genius or if it's because I'm some kind of idiot, or if you're speaking nonsense. But you're speaking something that you're passionate about, and so I'm attentively listening. But I'm not making sense of it. Does anybody in the comments? I just want to make sure I'm not alone. I just wanted to chat if you're on the same page as Sam. I'm just curious. And I'm not doing this to I'm not saying this, Sam, by the way, to be facetious or anything. I'm just I want to make sure.
Oh no, I love you. I trust you.
What you're saying is cohesive. Does anybody get what Sam is talking about? 2 if you don't understand what he's talking about. Put a 2 if you don't know what he's saying. I mean, I don't say, like, I guess, like, I zoned out. I wasn't listening. Yeah.
Come on, guys. Where was the love from earlier? Come on. Why was no one paying attention after they voted me back?
Well, I have a question from like 10 minutes ago. Yeah. Like, because you had kind of described it as a painting. Is that about right?
I think that's one way that I could describe it. Yeah, that's how I chose to describe it.
Yeah, and so I guess kind of getting back to this whole concept of worship, like worshiping a painting, that seems, I don't know, that I'm having trouble like kind of comprehending that. I think I can appreciate a painting. I can like it. I can enjoy it for its aesthetic beauty, or maybe not like it. There's just a lot of reasons I can enjoy the painting. I'm not sure though that, like, because like, again, when I think of something like worship, even like when you were talking about having gratitude, like for nature or something like that, I'm not sure I can have gratitude for a painting. I may have gratitude for the painter, but I'm not sure I can have gratitude for the painting. I'm not sure if I can, like, like if we're talking about like worship in the sense of like going to like a church service or volunteering in a church, I'm not sure if I can make that much effort for a painting, if that makes sense. So, I guess I need a little bit more like clarity around like what this concept of God is, and and why it deserves worship.
So the painting thing was just to make it more like physical and like tangible. So with that, my idea of God is that it's this thing that is utterly transcendent that we cannot fully understand. So with that, it is like an art medium where, like, let's say you have endless ideas. You are just filled with ideas constantly, but you don't choose what medium you're going to choose. Then your art never gets produced.
Okay, I got it. So in that sense then, because you had said, God is a concept that we can't fully understand, right? And so would you agree that if something is contradictory, it doesn't exist?
So this is where I think that leaning on existentialism a little bit, there's this idea of, the whole essence precedes existence. So with that, I can make essence claims based off of my existence that are contradictory, because
what's
I'm creating them. So I mean, like, I think the big thing is that we all have like ideas all the time that tend to disagree with themselves. As a human being, we tend to just have ideas that are paradoxical. We know certain things not to be true, but then we accept like truthisms because it's better to assume that they're true, whenever in reality we know that they aren't true.
Okay, what's an example? Just so I'm following you.
So like a truthism that I think is useful that a lot of people would accept, especially like in certain home environments, is like the whole like treat a pew pew like it's always loaded sort of thing, where like it might not actually be, but by treating it like it is, there is a better outcome. So with that, if there is a positive psychological benefit that you receive from this, in any form, and it still lets you live ethically, and it still helps you question reality, and it still lets you be rational. Because I do think that we would all agree that if anyone stops being rational because of their religious beliefs, that is extremely problematic. And I think that tends to be the problem with religion, is that so many people just blindly accept their religious beliefs and then they don't question reality. But if you can hold all of these while also going ahead and then finding it worthy of being grateful for,
it sounds almost like
worship.
You're saying that the religion or the God or whatever it is isn't really a true thing because it's contradictory or it can't be understood, but it's good, and I still like pretend like I believe it because I get a lot of I get a lot of meaning from it. You know, I'm an existentialist and I appreciate the art of religion. It's all like bullshit, but this makes me feel good because of it like being fulfilling and not because it's true.
So that's where we would probably have different definitions of truth, because if it does provide meaning, then I think it provides truth.
So I usually just define truth as that which comports with reality as adjudicated by predictive power.
And a great definition for most things. Because epistemology, I mean, one definition of truth doesn't tend to be sufficient for us as human beings. But in arguments, it is important to decide which epistemology we're taking in order to come to a common consensus.
How would you define truth?
So I think that there's a bunch of different types of truth. And like, that's the thing, is that there's like factual truth, there's pragmatic truth, like there, with truth and epistemology, there is different ways of viewing truth, because truth is a concept.
Okay, define pragmatic truth, because I think that's what you're talking about.
Pragmatic truth is something that, although it is not verifiable, by doing it, it provides benefit.
So it's something that is beneficial but not verifiable, and that makes it true. Like pragmatically true.
It makes it pragmatically true. Yes.
I'm thinking more like it just makes it true that it's pragmatic. I think the word true is like messing it all up and
yeah, to me it sounds like it's just pragmatic, not necessarily true.
Well, so that's where, like, in epistemology, pragmatic truth is understood as a separate definition of truth while still being truth. And that's where truth can be kind of an interesting claim. Whereas, like, because epistemology becomes a nightmare, especially whenever you study like ancient epistemology compared to modern epistemology. But truth is not an inherently, like, there can be like a Webster definition, but just because there's like I forget what the definition fallacy is called. It might just be the definition fallacy. But this idea that if a word has a definition, then that's what it is. When in reality, we do have different philosophical understandings of this thing.
Yeah, like however we use it is kind of what it means. It doesn't matter what the definition says. The definition in the dictionary is only the definition in the dictionary because that's how the masses use the word, or that's like one of the many ways that it's used, for example. But I mean, when you say that something is pragmatically true, the way you described it, I felt like you could have said it's pragmatic and it would have been like identical. It feels like it's synonymous to say that something's pragmatic with the way that you describe being pragmatically true. It feels like it's just pragmatic with extra steps.
So I would say that pragmatic would work, but like I think that pragmatism is a form of truth.
Okay. Well, I don't know. So, Trust, do you have something to say about that at all? I'm kind of just...
I don't know. I think I just really comport more to reality. I line up a lot closer to reality because I mean that's what we can, that's what we can observe. That's what we can verify. things like that. So if we're doing it like, and granted, there are some metaphysical things like numbers and consciousness and, the mind, these are metaphysical things. Yet we can demonstrate those exist, right, Sam? So, if we're talking about like things that are, and there's some transcendental things again, like logic, like the laws of logic, that's a transcendental thing in my opinion, because in order to understand what logic is, you have to use the laws of logic, right? So that kind of makes it foundational in that sense. And so there are some things that we can do as far as that's concerned. What the struggle I have, like when it comes to the concept of a God, is that in a lot of ways, if we're just saying that, okay, well, this God operates in a realm that we can't comprehend, it's beyond our comprehension or understanding, and then that means that this God is not logical, like it transcends logic, wouldn't you say?
I would say that that's a fair assumption.
I'm glad that we agree on that. I just looked up pragmatic truth just to see if I could like get a better explanation about it, and it's here's an example, and it seems like reasonable. Like I think that this is fine, but it says, and tell me if this is what you think about it. If humans commonly perceive the ocean as beautiful, then the ocean is beautiful. Because like normally, if you want to ask if it's true that the ocean's beautiful, that's subjective. It's not really true or false. It's like it's true to a subject. But it's more pragmatic to just say, yes, it's beautiful. Like pizza is tasty. It's pragmatic to just say, yes, of course, this is an objective fact that pizza is tasty, but it's true pragmatically, like according to like this type of example here. Would you say that's fair?
So I think that's fair. Like, I think a great way to think about it is to go ahead and like, so I think, do we all believe in subjective morality?
No, I do. Trust actually doesn't. He's one of the few atheists that I've heard of. Not just that I've heard of.
I'm an objective moral realist. I mean, if you say it means we believe in it like it exists, I would agree, because that's probably something pragmatic, because a lot of people believe in it. So I would define that as pragmatic.
So like for me, so this is where we have certain ideas that are like objective within our subjective morality, right? That tend to be like the highest ideals within a community.
Yeah.
We pragmatically see as true.
Yeah, like killing people is wrong or something.
Exactly. So I think that is what I would consider like the highest pragmatic truth.
Okay. I think we're tracking. I don't really have anything else to say about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, I think my definition of God and a lot of people's definition of not God tend to be very similar. So that ends up creating a weird little bubble, which I think it's the great question that gets brought up with. I brought it up earlier, Spinoza's The Ethics, where, by the end of reading it, either he's a pantheist, a monotheist, or an atheist. And based off of how you read it, it changes, even though it's a mathematical proof for God's existence.
It's very interesting. I've never read it. I'll have to. There's so many books that I have to read. I still haven't picked up Christ Before Jesus yet. I've been meaning to. And I've started so many books recently, or not just recently, but like there's an audiobook I've been listening to for years, and it's still at like 80%. I need to finish some of these books I've started.
Oh my God. I have like, it's such a nightmare. Because the issue is, especially with some of these philosophy books, you read them through a first time and then like you don't pick up any of the ideas. And then it mentions, and then it mentions like 50 other things. So then you have to go pick up like 50 other books just to reread it. So like
get a basic understanding of what that means so you can understand the first book. Yeah, exactly.
So it's one of those things. Yeah, no, you get stuck in this never-ending learning cycle, which is I mentioned it on another live where my mentor instilled this idea in me, which is because he's published books, and whenever one of his students brought up a point that he disagreed with in his class, and then he was just like, "Well, I was stupid when I wrote that." Because he was just like, and like they're like, what? And he was like, yeah, I wrote that in my 30s and I'm in my 50s now and I never left scholarship. Like, he's like, of course I've gotten smarter since then. Like, he's like, you should all hope that you're getting smarter every day, like, you know, or at least attempting to.
It's a very valid take. I like that. There was one kid that I used to know, and I don't know if it's true that he said this, but, and I don't know how much I agree with it, but it is kind of a beautiful thing to like, to hear a kid say. Someone asked him, if you could choose to be any age, what age would you be? Like, you just become that age right now. And he was probably like 15 at the time, maybe younger, 13 maybe. And he said 100, because then I would be wiser than anybody. And I think that's a really admirable and surprising thing for someone of that age to say. You think that they'd say something like 21 or 18?
Yes, I was about to say that's my immediate knee jerk is, you know, 21. Yeah. 18 if I lived in other civilized countries.
Yeah, but like I wouldn't do that, because 100, it's like you're long past most people's expiration at that point. You're not making it to 100.1 probably, and there's a lot of people who are 100 who does anybody have their full mind intact by the time they're 100? Are you really that wise at that age? Maybe.
And you're also assuming that you do not build up prejudice and bias from the time period that you were born and then don't stop learning at some point.
That's a good point, guys. The timer is up once more. I'll do this kick poll again. If you guys are still digging Samuel, then click the smile. If you would like to move on, then just click the crying face. And
I don't know. Do y'all even have any more questions for me? Because if not, then I'm good to let some other guests hop on up.
Yeah, not really.
I've kind of exhausted them, to be honest. It was mostly just trying to understand your view.
Yeah, no, especially, have you ever read any Kierkegaard?
No, but I've read about Kierkegaard. Like I've read like a philosophy book about philosophers, and some of the stuff that he says is in there.
Yeah, so he's the father of existentialism, and it's so interesting because he, although deeply religious, creates existentialism, which is normally considered a more atheist-leaning philosophy. I would assume most existentialists I've met tend not to be very religious. It usually has a foundation
in nihilism. But hey, Samuel, you're really cordial and everything. I think to be fair, we kind of exhausted the topics a while ago. But I wanted to be fair about the timer and everything, and give you a fair shot. And I had a good time, but they have voted to move on. So I'll catch you next time.
Okay. Love y'all.
You have a good one, bro. All right.
See ya, Sam.
Yeah, I like Sam. I think we should sort of we concluded the discussion. I wonder, I should probably have some kind of a policy where if it feels like we're out of things to say, I just go over the like timer, because I was like running out of things to say, and I didn't want to say that out loud, but I guess it's, you know, I should just start saying that.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with like ending things early, or, you know, just overriding, you know, using your presidential powers to, yeah, because it's your live, man. So
yeah, all right. But currently we don't have anybody in the queue. So
no, we had somebody up, and then it looks like they backed down.
That was forced. He probably wanted to talk to Sam a little bit. But yeah, okay. So if anybody is new here, the way that I do it is, if you're a sub, or I guess it's super fan now, I let you on the panel and you can hang out. Trust is my special guest tonight. He's a sub anyway, but like I've asked him to co-host with me tonight. I do 20 minutes for each guest. You don't have to necessarily even be an op. I like to hear people's deconstruction story. I think that's really important to be validated in that way.
Yeah, for sure.
But otherwise, I just do 20-minute conversations unpacking these ideas. We could try. Do you want to stick with this prompt? We could try moving on to a different one. See if we can.
Yeah, maybe we can switch to a different one. Yeah.
Well, we've got.
Maybe. Oh, what are the choices again?
So there was this one. Why bother with prayer? There was this one. You do not deserve to go to hell, and I have a certain definition in mind when I say this. Obviously, like eternal conscious torment, and the discussion could be open and shut with that real quick. With some Christians, like, oh well, I don't believe in hell. It's like, okay, well, next. And then you've got just this like really generic, can go anywhere. Why are you a Christian?
Yeah, we'll probably get more traction with the generic one. We'll get a lot more
This one?
action, so to speak. But then you don't deserve to go to hell is a pretty good one. I like that one too. So I'm torn between the two.
All right, but not the prayer one. Okay, is that
no, not the prayer one, because that's kind of more along the lines of what we were just talking about.
Okay,
why should I worship God? Yeah,
my brother. Well, the hell one is kind of new, and I've only done it I think once, so I'll do this one. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Make this stuff fit.
I know. Honestly, I'm good with it. I've been running. You've seen me. I've run a variation of that for over a week, and it's been interesting.
What's your proof that hell exists, or best evidence or something? And just like that, we have a guest.
All right.
Hey, Tui.
How's it going?
What's up, man? What's happening?
Hey, what's your
good. I was just overhearing these bloody conversations and all. It sounds a bit wet, but there's good points on things, eh?
Sure, yeah. What's your,
I like the whole hell thing.
Real quick, man.
What's my age? 38, man.
And what's your religion?
Well, there's religion, and that's what people talk about and what they think is going on. Christian, Muslim, Islamic, all that bullshit.
I was asking,
right, everybody's the same. And
I was asking, what's yours?
We're all the same. Mine, well, you can't say atheist, but if you look at being a religion, man, that word right there, we all are, if you want to be a religion, aren't we?
We are all...
Yes, correct. Christianity.
What, religious?
A religion, some way. Yeah, we all are, in our own way. Even if you're demonic. If you're into that sort of shit. That's still a religion, it is. Hey, it's all a religion. It depends on how you want to make that religion in yourself, isn't it? Everyone believes in a God. Yes?
No, not everybody. Trust I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. So what do you believe in then, dude?
I believe that your mic is being very spammy right now with all the heavy breathing.
Spammy? So how do we do this? Hold on. It might be the headphones.
It's like really
loud. I'll just turn them off there.
I thought it was like the wind.
How about that? Does that work?
It's a little bit better. If it sounds like you're rubbing your phone against your shirt or something.
Are you there? Your shirt. There we go. Is that working?
That's actually a lot better, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh,
there's an echo, but I don't know if you have an earbud or something, but there's an echo now.
Yeah, no, I've taken it out, man. It's this conversation is pretty cool.
Yeah. Well,
so this God thing.
Yeah, so Trust and I don't believe in a God. But one thing that we do believe is that you do not deserve to go to hell, which is the prompt that we just put up on the screen. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, hell is how you've made yourself on this planet, bro. Hey, for whatever you've done and hurt other people, you know, that didn't deserve to be hurt. You're doing that to yourself, man. So you're putting yourself to hell. You know, hell's not a place. It's a place in how you've made yourself. You know, you put yourself there. You know, murder someone. Okay, you're going to have to live with that for the rest of your life, which is regret.
Yeah, I
All
think
that
we have a pretty specific definition of hell that we're talking about.
We're talking about eternal conscious torment. This is the
That's the fucking
popular
right there, right?
definition of hell. Which, I mean, I've heard a bunch of definitions for hell, and that's fine. If you don't believe in the eternal conscious torment, I think that's wonderful. We don't either, and we think that it's like really messed up. Some people preach that type of hell out of love, if you can believe it. What do you think about that, eternal conscious torment?
Out of love? Out of love. Now, that's a bit of a weird one.
Isn't that?
Well, they might love being, disrespectful, murderers, rapists. They might get love out of doing it, you know? They might think that's their way of...
I don't know, man. Don't know about that.
Well, that must be... they must get a kick out of it, you know? That's their hell, and they want to be in on that. And sweet
I'm
is.
talking about like fundamentalist Christians who will preach this type of hell.
Yeah, well, they're more of a cult, I say. You know, each to their own, eh? They're trying to push people if they don't believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, they go to hell. Come on, man. Hey, that's a joke in my book.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny too. I have to agree. You shouldn't
fucking straight up, man.
Yeah, you shouldn't be forced to eternal conscious torment because you don't believe.
No, you shouldn't be forced to do anything, brother.
Yeah. So what is your? If I get another guest, since you don't have, I'll keep you up while we don't have any guests for the duration. But if we get another guest, I'll drop you since you don't believe in that type of hell. And in the meantime, we'll just ask you, I guess, about. So you do believe in a hell, but you believe it's something that is a state of mind or something, like we do this to ourselves.
Yeah, well, you predict it on yourself, so you have to live with that for eternity. You know, you make your hell.
Do you believe it? So you do believe in experiencing eternity?
Yeah, basically, and your own rubbish that you've made yourself throughout your life to others.
Why do you believe in
innocent doesn't deserve it?
Why do you believe in existing for eternity?
Well, in this life, obviously, we're living it now, and if we fuck this one up, who's to say we start again in the next one? Nah, you got to finish what you've done here, and what you did was pathetic and piece of shit. So you deserve what you get because you did it.
No, but I'm asking, like, you said we experience something for eternity. I'm wondering why you think we experience anything for eternity.
Because we're living, right? We're a living soul. And us living souls see dead souls, yes? As orbs.
I don't believe in a soul.
As demons.
I don't believe in a soul either.
You don't believe in any of this?
What is a soul?
What evidence do you have? Yeah, what is a soul?
Well, a soul is like a spirit. You know, it's an entity of another being that's passed, obviously.
But what's a spirit?
Yes, or do you not believe in it? Someone's soul. A spirit.
I asked what a soul is, you said spirit. I asked what spirit is, and you said soul.
Yeah, well, it's a dead person that has passed. So what have you got in your body, bro? Are you just talking shit, or are you on a TV camera and that's you in the rest of your life? No, you've got a soul which is happy, sad, laughter, crying. You know, all that bullshit. Up, down, left and right. Well, yes, well, it's all in you, eh? So you're talking to me right now. That's your spirit, that's your soul, isn't it? Well, or what do you call it?
Or our
what do you call it?
My mind.
Our identity?
Our mind. Because
that's still your soul, buddy.
Well, no, we have scientific evidence of where that comes from, too. That's our point. We know
where does it come from?
In our brains.
And you're asking me.
In our brains.
Hey, Tui.
You talk to yourself, dude, and think about the situation. You already know the answer, don't you?
Tui, I did say that if we got another guest that I would drop you since you don't believe in hell. And
It's all good, dude.
But nice to meet you. Come back again when there's
Yep,
another
sweet
topic.
as.
All right. Yeah.
But that is fucked up, dudes.
I trust. I couldn't tell if he was like mad with us or if he was joking with us. I really, honestly, couldn't tell.
I'm not quite sure. Well, I think, yeah, I wouldn't 100% sure. But hey, the two in the guest chat, these are two people I've talked to before, so they're cool.
Okay.
So
I only see the one once I click on it, but I know this is the first request anyway.
Oh, they dipped. There was two in, and then they dipped. I don't know what happened.
That's cool. We got Dean Chasers coming up, and I'll reset the timer for you too.
Hey, what's up, Dean?
Hello, buddy.
Hey, Dean, are you a Christian? I guess he's talked to you before, so you're probably over 18.
Yeah.
Are you a Christian?
No.
Oh, what's your religion?
Religion is I'm sympathetic to like the Islamic narrative, but I'm more here to unpack like the whole God thesis instead of like this religious narratives. But we could, but it would just be like a bottom up approach as opposed to like
Dean is like a Phil bro who's not a dick.
Oh, great! I love those.
Yeah, he's cool to talk to, but
I'm trying to. This is like uneven. Sorry. I'll get this fixed. Move this down. Okay. All right. So, did you want to? So you're not interested in like engaging with the prompt exactly? Is what you're saying? You would rather?
I mean, we can. I thought we were just talking about the God thesis. You do not deserve to go to hell.
yeah, we're kind of granting that if God exists, you don't deserve to go to hell.
Do you guys actually like believe that? Like, there are people in this world that don't deserve like hell?
Yeah.
Depends on the well, the definition that we're rolling with hell is like the Abrahamic God definition of
Eternal
hell,
conscious
like the
torment.
eternal conscious torment.
Do you think some people deserve that?
Yeah, I would say so. From what I gathered about like Islam, though, I don't believe it's. I don't know if it's eternal or not. Like, I think out of a whim.
I don't know the references, but I googled it the other day when I was on JA debates because we were talking to a Muslim, and apparently it is eternal.
Yeah, I think it's eternal in its like place, but whether or not if you're there eternally, I don't know if that's a thing. But yeah, I mean.
But you said that you do think that some people deserve eternal conscious torment, regardless of whether or not it's real, right? Is this something that you think some people deserve?
Yeah, that's me personally, though. I'm not probably something I need to fix, right? But
at least you're saying that. I mean, that makes me a lot less scared. So
He's cool to talk to.
Yeah. So who do you think? You don't have to. I guess you don't have to name names if they're still living, but obviously, there's a certain person that I might like. If somebody has to go, maybe this person. We could say this person in history. But like, what do you think is the criteria for earning a place in eternal conscious torment?
Criteria.
Yeah, like what makes somebody deserve it?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about these specific issues. Whether what I think is irrelevant, right? But if you want to know, I mean, I believe that like people like BB and Schmittler and people who actually seemingly get away with it, like I don't believe they get away with it. I believe they deserve hell eternally. Maybe not. I would like to say yeah, but maybe in my heart of hearts there's like some sympathy, right? But again, like for instance, like the G-side that's happening, right? Like those who are responsible for that, who bring hell to innocent people, like I think that personally they should be dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, Dean? Do you think this is kind of cool because I've actually never talked to Dean about this before? All the times I've talked to you, but do you think it's just to punish infinitely for finite crimes?
No, I think it's to like for we're talking about what verses or something about hell, or
No, not so much verses, but like if because if we're talking eternal conscious torment, I'm I mean, in my mind, I think that's befitting of like a sin or a crime that would be eternal, and I can't think of a sin or a crime that's eternal. They're all finite to me.
I mean, I would say there's major like sins. There's like definitely like a hierarchy,
Sure.
whatever is on that top of the hierarchy should be dealt with, whether if it's eternal or not. Like me, like I think damn near eternal, right? I would say.
What do you think?
Like Schindler, yeah, probably a long fucking time for Schindler.
What do you think is the purpose of punishment?
Well, I mean, I feel like man or human beings are influenced by two things, right? It's either some great good or some eternal punishment. Like the fire can get you moving, or something sweet can get you moving.
But I asked, what do you think is what did I just ask? My mind went blank when I was in the mid sentence. What do you think is the purpose of punishment?
I think it's to protect like the innocent.
I think that it is. That's a good way to put it. You want like bad behavior to stop. You want it away from what you hold dear. If somebody
you want to deter the rapist, right?
Yeah, like you want to separate them from society. You want them to not be a threat. Hey, Zip Zop, thank you. If they were a bad person, but they lived all by themselves on a deserted island with no way to get to us, we'd probably just leave them alone, right? That could be like their banishment. That could be their punishment. And that's not eternal, because like that's actually not even all that bad if they're able to make a life for themselves there. But the thing that's relevant to us from our perspective is that they're not over here fucking our shit up, you know? But if you go to hell and you're there for even, let's say you're there for like 1,000,000 years, just experiencing, I guess, torture, conscious torment, what is the benefit of that? Even if it is for a measly 1,000,000 years, I think I would get the picture after like a couple of days of torture, if that. And I don't know, maybe less.
I mean, I think I'm failing to see your point here. Right? It just seems like we're speculating on like, hey, if this is the case, maybe feel this way. Or what do you think, Dean, about, someone spending torment for 100 days versus 1,000,000 years? Like, those issues, my views on that is kind of like neither here or there, right? Like, I probably have similar views to you. I don't think.
Yeah, but because I only asked because you said that you believe that some people deserve the eternal conscious torment earlier, so that's why I'm like asking.
Eternal, I don't know. Nearly eternal, fine, but I would just I would say that our beliefs probably align when it comes to like something disgusting, right?
So here's what I would say: we assume there's an afterlife. We don't have to necessarily assume that there's like two, like there's a heaven and a hell, or that there's 3 or 10 or whatever. But if hell is one of them, and hell is eternal conscious torment, I think that one should stay empty. And if you want somebody to have judgment, or if you think somebody's dangerous or is just a piece of shit, there is probably a place that they do deserve to go to. I don't know that it is someplace like hell. I think someplace of isolation where they are away from us, or annihilation, like they just cease existing. Because if the purpose of punishment is to protect the innocent, then their suffering is actually always gratuitous, unless their suffering is necessary to protect the innocent. But if they're in some afterlife all by their lonesome, then it doesn't really have anything to do with the innocent. The innocent are fine. they're away from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's like I don't know what to say to that. It's like all you're doing is sharing a view of how, like, you know, this is how I can reason hell being, and this is what I think is like just. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. It's just like I just want to hear the punchline. Like, what are we doing?
Well, I mean, I was just trying to like get your opinion on it. That's all. I mean, I'm just.
Well, I
trying
think
to,
it's cool. I think it's
Yeah.
just. I think that's like not radical. I think that's makes sense what you're saying.
Okay.
But is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Like, because I was the like Dean. The only reason I asked is just because earlier you said that you think that some people deserve the eternal conscious torment. That's the only reason why I'm like going on with it. But it sounds like you're more or less indecisive.
Yeah, eternal or not, like my personal beliefs don't necessarily align with like Islam, right? Per se, like I believe people who grape people should be skinned head to toe. That's my belief, though. Right? That's nothing to do with Islam. This is just how I feel about the issue. But, you know, maybe that's something I need to work on. But I just think that shit's
Well, you know what? I actually I'm inclined to like agree with you whenever I think about it, and I'm trying to be rational and thinking what's like a proportional punishment for something like that. I never get to that. I get to that as a knee-jerk reaction. Like I get so unbelievably appalled at the act of that. And I even say stuff under my breath. I'll clench my teeth together when I find out something, and I just want to say like, why don't you just go and get skinned or so, or not necessarily that, but I'll say things along those lines. And I don't really mean it. I just kind of I feel that way viscerally, emotionally, but I don't know if I would say that that's a fit punishment. But Trust, what do you think? Do you agree with me, or are you kind of somewhere else?
Well, I think the desire for retribution or revenge. I'm not quite sure what emotion that would be. I think it's an emotional response. I'm not quite sure what the emotion would be. Maybe someone could enlighten me, but because I certainly have that. Like, you know, as Dean, is what you said. You know, rapists. I feel that way too. Although my pragmatic side takes over, I guess. My moral realist side takes over. I'm like, well, you know, everyone's entitled to well-being, even rapists. And so even though they denied someone their own well-being, it would be immoral for me to deny somebody else their well-being, even under the auspices of they denied somebody else's well-being. You know, the only way I could see that is if to quell an immediate threat, you know, for self-defense or something like that, or defense of a vulnerable person. Yet it seems to me that, like, I'm kind of with you guys that, you know, like a banishment would cover, you know, protecting the innocent. And so I'm not sure how like tormenting somebody forever would protect the innocent.
Yeah, I would say like that's the end point, right? Like what's the point of like tormenting someone forever?
Right.
In the sense of like, it's like the test is now, right? In their view, like how the real question is like, how practical are these things practical? Right?
Yeah,
like,
I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Like if you were to run a state, would something like what I said about like skinning someone, right? Like would that be more of a deterrent as opposed to like, you know, is there wisdoms behind this? Is it like, I don't know. It's like, what does that benefit the society?
Yeah, maybe.
No, like,
yeah, you know what? Maybe like you tell the society that that is the punishment so that it never happens. But then when somebody does it, you take them away and tell everybody that they're getting skinned, but really they're just banished.
yeah. So like people, like the human being is just motivated by two things entirely. It's like the greatest good or just this greatest evil. Like,
Yeah.
so it's like,
But I'd say minimizing suffering is kind of up there too.
Yeah. But hey, Dean, I'm
Sorry,
gonna. The time is up for a kick poll, so we'll see. If you guys like Dean, if you want him to stay up, click the smiley face. If you would like for us to move on, there is at least one more guest request. Just click the crying face, and we can move on to But
That is the funniest. I've never seen that. That
okay,
is
cool.
so funny.
Trust does it.
Yeah. I've never seen that. So funny.
Yeah, Trust does it. I think we both got it from Daniel Green, actually, didn't we? I first found it from him. But he's live now too, by the way. Not to like make my audience leave. Yeah. Yeah, Daniel does it, Trust does it. I think Spencer, Radio Spencer does it sometimes when he remembers to do it. But usually Spencer will usually Spencer will get to a point where he's like, "Nope, you're gone, and you'll never have to worry about coming across me again. I'll do you a favor. I'm blocking you, so you don't have to worry about it." And it's dead even. Hey, somebody say something. It feels silent to me.
We were waiting for the end of the poll.
Oh, okay. I felt like I could see your mouth move. That's why I asked. But it's tied. I'll restart it. We'll do it at least one more time. Guys, make sure you do vote. Tap the icons above the text field. Don't type them in the text field. I do need... There's not a large audience on TikTok tonight. We have 38 people on YouTube for a total of like 50 people. But y'all are still in here in TikTok. Click the emoji so we can get along with this.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's one or the other.
Yep.
It's like WWE when the guy barely wins the match, you know. He gets the count of 3 like barely.
I've seen it to where it's been tied, and then they're like, "Oh, well, you know what? You can stay up," but then like somebody slides in, like after the last second starts, but before the last second ends.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, hey, you won the kick pull, so we'll keep you up.
There's like a flurry of votes that come in. Yeah. Right on, Dean. Congrats.
Yeah. All right, cool. I'll just reset the timer. Yeah, so what were we saying? Trust, do you remember we were talking about
I think we were
pragmatic
basically
punishment.
The pragmatic approach. Yeah, like what's the point of eternal punishment? Is there like a rehabilitative or redemptive value to it? And I think we're kind of all in agreement that it's not. And yeah, I mean, but you know, I think the other thing I kind of want to throw out there is why even have a hell at all? If you know, because if it's for the, or is it like the pound of flesh? Would you guys say is it that aspect?
Just to finish on like the whether if it's eternal or not. Like I would just say like
okay.
How like Antifa would be like an eternal place, whether or not someone resides there eternally. I think that's like up in the air, at least from the Islamic perspective, I believe. However, you were saying that what's the point of hell to begin with?
Yeah, like is there a redemptive or rehabilitative value to, you know, because it seems to me that this idea of like the eternal like the torment in the first place, it's to extract a pound of flesh. And I'm trying to understand if that's even worthy, if that's even worth it.
I think the eternal torment's more like a deterrent, right?
It's a deterrent.
Yeah, and there are instances where like people would go to hell and then wouldn't stay there. They would just get to heaven, right? Maybe like serve their due, if you will. But
yeah, I see what you're saying about that, and the only struggle I have with that is it doesn't seem to be much of a deterrent, and it seems to be also that a lot of the sins or crimes qualify. Too many sins or crimes qualify for eternal punishment. You know, like depending,
probably, but
yeah, like with Islam, if you don't believe or if you don't accept Allah, if you don't worship him, then you would find yourself in Muslim hell, basically.
Not at all.
Well, if you care to explain.
Yeah, in Islam, like that's not the case. Whether if you're if you're ignorant of the revelation, if you're a man that wakes up on an island, a layman, a farmer.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I have heard that. But if you've heard the message and you aren't convinced of it, or otherwise deny it, then you would find yourself in hell.
Yeah, if you know Allah exists and you know that Islam is true, knowingly rejecting it, yeah, that's like a hell.
Yeah. See, that's kind of the weird thing, because like it's interesting because it depends who you talk to, right, Dean? Like I talked to a Muslim the other day, and when I told him I've read the Quran twice, he was basically like, well, then you're choosing not to believe it, and you're going to hell. That's what he told me, and I'm like, bruh, I just don't believe it. It's not true to me. I mean, what the fuck do you want me to do?
I'm sure you guys are like, you guys go on TikTok and then you try to gather, right? And your intentions are to gather, which is cool. But you shouldn't even, like, I'm not a subject matter expert. I'm here playing grab ass with you guys. We're just talking.
Oh, for real? Yeah. We're just talking. I mean, and I'm not saying you were an SME. You know what I mean? And I'm just saying, it's like I said, it just depends who you talk to.
Right. So, like, if I were to go to like a Christian, I would reach out to an institute, bring a specific problem, and then have their subject matter experts try to unpack it. Whether if it's like a Zoom meeting or like you go in there in person. If I was trying to like really gather something, with these issues,
sure.
These issues have been like, I'm sure you guys can figure it out when it comes to like specific things like about hadiths or these things that you hear, or even these kind of questions. But if you're gonna ask me, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I don't speak Arabic. I know these things. I've heard these things a million times in the sense of like I like listening to these kind of conversations. Like, I'm autistic when it comes to hearing these kind of conversations, whether it's between atheists, theists. Like, I watch Speaker's Corner all day. I just like watching somebody get backed into a corner. That's something about that. I love it, right? So when it comes to these like issues, like I've heard what the Muslims had to say, I've heard what the Christians have to say. I'm just sympathetic to, their view on like these specific issues, like Aisha marrying a 6 years old, or 77 virgins, or all these things. Like I can't pull it out. I'm not rehearsed per se, but I've heard it a million times.
Yeah, there's like all these apologetics on it, and I mean, it basically comes down to like the hadith isn't accurate is the strongest argument that I've heard. Where they're like, oh, they didn't mean 6, or they didn't mean 9. This was like a mistranslation, or yeah, it was 6, yeah, it was 9, but like they matured much faster back then. I've heard that too, which is insane. It's really rough to hear all the apologetics and the excuses.
Yeah, someone said to me the other day it was 16 to 19, and I'm like, well, Muhammad was still like in his 50s, so that doesn't help much. I mean,
but you have to consider this as well, right? Like, if you were to look at it from, like, you do know they believe that, like, Jesus, peace be upon him, spoke as an infant, and Noah.
Yeah, exactly.
There are people who lived to 300 years old. Like, Adam was 40 meters tall. Like, this is.
They do.
Yeah, like there's some who do believe that. Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm saying, like, this is their view. So to say that, like, what is crazy is a baby, an infant speaking fluently. That's crazy. What's crazy is a man living to 300 years. So as long as that, for me personally, like, as long as when they say, like, they don't mean like a 6-year-old child, that's ridiculous. That is, that's to kind of blanket that on like all Muslims. Not to say that you are, right?
No.
Just to say that.
No, this is just a critique of what it actually says. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not a blanket. I think the point we're getting at is we're really, if anything, we're critiquing the individuals who try to defend that and just say it's okay.
Yeah,
that's
like,
what I mean.
Like when we talk about this, like slavery in the Bible, I haven't met many. I have unfortunately met a few, but I haven't met many Christians who will be like, "Yeah, slavery is good because it's in the Bible." They usually say it's not in there, or yeah, it's in there, but like it doesn't matter, or like that was another time, or they'll make all these
Doesn't mean what
excuses.
it means.
Like they
Yeah.
hate it. Like they hate that it's in there, which is good in my opinion. So like I'm not gonna say that like, oh, you guys believe in slavery because it's in the Bible. Just like I wouldn't say that Muslims think it's okay to like marry a 6-year-old and consummate the marriage when the 6-year-old turns 9. I don't think that they think that's a good thing. Like I assume the best, but this is just what the Hadith says. You know, this is your prophet. If this is true, is like a P3DO.
Right, and you know there's hadiths that contradict that hadith.
Yeah. And I think that's what the other person was getting at with me. I think the thing is that when we see these though, Dean, and I think the theme here is that the inability to just say, yeah, you know what, it's fucked up, it's wrong, and you know, and just say, well, it may not mean that way. It may not mean what it says, but if it does, and I know it looks bad and it's fucked up.
Oh no, that's the thing. It's not. They're arguing, right? The Muslims are saying that is not the case. That is not a physical.
That's right.
Right. So that's
the problem.
It's either, and well, they bring their evidences for that, right? Now you can have some like bro logic armchair philosopher give you a half-ass explanation, or you can sit with somebody who does this and is cross-examined on their understanding of this.
Oh yeah.
When you do the latter, you'll just find that like, oh, this makes sense.
Yeah, and actually, I've talked to imams about this, and they're actually a lot more reasonable about it.
Imams aren't, and again, imams are not subject matter experts, right?
True.
Like if you're gonna speak to somebody about a hadith, you go to somebody who has.
Oh yeah, you have to go to you got to go to a scholar. Yeah,
someone who's an authority on these issues. But that's like, yeah, I don't know how we sidetracked into that, but 10 minutes. Like, you guys really want me here for another 10 minutes?
If you'd like, that's your time. But I mean, we have another guest, but it's up to you, man. This is your 10 minutes, and I'm.
Well, can I ask you guys a few questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think when having these kind of conversations about like the God thesis or any discussion at all, that we all carry a burden, not necessarily like a burden of proof, but burden of explanation?
What do you mean? I want to agree, but what do you mean?
I'm saying like when we're having these discussions, and if Dean decides to say, "Hey, Lobes, a squared circle can exist in some possible world," and that just is the case. Is there an explanation? No, it just is the case, and Dean's just gonna hit you with a yeah, right? I'm gonna start with an endpoint, and I'm gonna say a squared circle can exist, and not provide an explanation. And all Loeb has to say is, "Hey, Dean, that just isn't the case. Is there an explanation? I don't need to provide an explanation." And then Dean will just make fun of Loeb's hat or something, and it will just resort to like, if we're just starting with endpoints.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Dean, and I think because it's been like over a year since we met. That's kind of crazy, but I always lead with the "what's your evidence" part, and I think first of all it is, I think the evidence is the best way to understand whether or not something is true, and it could be like an ontological argument. It could just be a well-formed philosophical argument. I think the other part of it is to combat against my natural tendency, like as everyone else, to dip into confirmation bias. So if I'm always asking for evidence, then I'm always looking at it as, okay, let me evaluate it from that perspective. So then I don't devolve into like what you're saying is, the nuh-uh, and then you're a dick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the point of like the whole burden of explanation is just to avoid those endpoints, starting with endpoint.
Exactly.
And when
I
you
agree.
say evidence, right, you don't necessarily have to provide any evidence. That's not what I'm asking for, right? Unless if you're going to make an active claim. And if you're going to tell me, Dean, God does not exist, and if I look at the syntax of that sentence, I'm just going to take that to be an active claim. But if you're gonna say, hey, I don't know, I'm agnostic on the matter, but this is what I think is the best explanation. That's all I'm asking for. All I'm asking is no nut-uhs, yeah. When I say
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think, and see, that's the thing. I think that counts as far as, and I'm okay if I'm not going to knock somebody if they're like, hey, I don't know, but this is my best explanation. You know, I can't really explain it to you. I'm cool with that. I think that's honest. That's intellectually honest. And so I think that, yeah, and I think ethically that works too. You know, I think that's an ethical position to take.
Yeah. So when it comes to like the universe, right? However you cash that out, are you sympathetic to it being independent ontically, meaning its essence? Like, is it an independent thing or is it a dependent thing?
I hold it's independent, but I think you already know that, so I'll let Lobes answer.
Did you say evidence?
The independent universe.
The universe? You said the universe is an independent or dependent thing?
Yeah, what are your reasons? Because when I hear someone say the universe is independent, I just hear someone say like a Gucci Pro necklace is independent or the tree is independent. I just take these things to be dependent.
So you're saying that if somebody says the universe is independent, then you take that to mean that some constructions within the universe, like a tree or something like that, is independent, like the constructions within it?
No, I just take, if you were to say that the universe is independent, knowing that it's a collective of concrete particulars, and these particulars are things that are inherently dependent. If you're saying the universe is independent, knowingly, then I'm just saying like you're just alluding to a mother birthing herself. If I grab dependent things and I group them together and label it independent, would it make the participants inherently independent or dependent?
This is really interesting. So it's
This is
like,
the chart
it's
This
like
is the chart. I'm saying like all we're doing right now, all the universe is what it's made up of, and it's made up of parts. And if the sum of one's parts equates to the whole. So if you change the part, you change the whole. Anything made up of parts as a thing is
sure.
parts.
Okay, so all right, so the way that I think I see it, and obviously I can't possibly know from where I sit, I think that things like trees and people and planets and stars, these are all different ways that matter and energy come together to like create something or form into a certain shape. You know, they are amalgamated into different forms, but it's all the same stuff. It's all the same matter. It's all the same energy. And I think that it's likely that this matter, this energy is independent, but the things it makes up, they are constructions of those things, which would be like dependent on prior causes, like cause and effect. And I don't know if it's an infinite series of cause and effect, but that's what I think it probably is.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Dean, request back up if you are still in here. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think he might have disconnected. I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's still here. I don't know, but
Is
I think
is he in the guest box?
Not on the guest box. I can invite him up. Here, let me go to the list. I can invite him back.
Because he's still got another like 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, there he is. Here, I'll invite him back. There we go. I invited him back up.
All right.
There we go. You there, Dane?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Ding 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 ding. I like the Two and a Half
sorry.
Men theme song. Yeah. So, did you hear my take?
Yeah, you're saying that things like the universe and like trees and like the participants are like grouped together. Like it seems like you're doing something with your hands.
Yeah, I don't know. I talk with my hands. I don't know exactly what they're doing all the time, but
It seems like you're grouping them together or something.
yeah, I think. Well, I think that you've got matter and energy. I think that these things are independent. And I think they just take on different shapes, like planets and stars and people and trees and stuff. And so those things are constructions. I don't believe that they have their own independent ontology outside of like linguistic pragmatism. Like if to call me human is just like pragmatic. I don't think that there is like a humanness to me, right? I think that I am a just a very
You are your part.
yeah, like I'm a sophisticated amalgamation of the stuff that is independent, but I'm just a construction after a series of cause and effect.
So instead of independent, I would just use like concrete particulars, because all I'm saying is like what make up the universe is the universe, not the label the universe. I'm saying the participants, the parts, make up the whole, but the whole is the unit, like it's just a label. All right. So the participants in the universe, the things that make up the universe, whether if it's the plants or the anything, right? You, me, those things, if it is the case that each one of those participants are inherently reliant, then we're gonna get into a mother birthing herself kind of scenario, because the implications is that there's no universe, nothing exists. You have like an infinite regress of causal dependency.
Yeah, well, I don't know that it would be like a mother necessarily birthing herself or the universe not existing. I don't really know what the problem would be with an infinite regress in my view, but I don't know what Trust's view is on this.
Well, for me, it's laws of physics based, and I start with time. We can demonstrate through quantum mechanics that time is eternal, and then if you move over to space, since time and space through general relativity are interwoven, they make the manifold of space of the universe or space time. Then if time is eternal and space is interwoven with time, that makes space eternal. And then gravity is interwoven with space-time, so that also makes it eternal. And then we hold through classical physics that matter and energy are also eternal. So we've got basically the 5 basic building blocks of the universe is eternal, and then we can show that they're independent as well. And so I think the way I think about it is, would the universe be the universe without planets, without galaxies, without all that stuff that we think of when we think of the universe?
Yeah.
So when it's just time, space, energy, matter, and gravity, would it still be the universe?
Dean, you can respond, but I'm going to start the kick pull. The timer just ran out, so you guys can vote again. If you feel like Dean, want him to stay up, click the smiley face. If you'd rather move on, then click the tears. But you can still respond, Dean.
Okay, yeah, just to push back a little bit, not only all those things that you mentioned are eternal, you can even say everything in the universe is eternal. I don't have an issue, right? Again, with
necessitarianism, something like that.
Yeah, that's not a problem. The problem is that it seems like we're conflating two different causal models. We have sequentiality, which is what we're talking about right now, whether or not the universe is eternal, it regresses in a sequence backwards. That is theoretically possible. That's logically possible. It's just intuitively wrong, right? To Avicenna. Avicenna allows for it. However, when it comes to causal dependency, things ontically, you cannot have an infinite regress in that sense. And this is not temporal. This is to do with something's ontology. So if it is the case that you have an infinite regress of dependent things that are ontically inherently reliant, then to add links to the chain, to say actually this is eternal, the whole dialectical burden shifts, because we're looking at you in this camp saying hey, you're doing something brute, You're brutally adding links to a chain, a causal dependency thing. We allow it for sequentiality. We allow it. That's fine. You can say the universe always exists. You can say the tree is eternal. But we're just going to say, hey, the tree's going to fucking die still. It's still contingent on a web of contingencies. So a good way to look at this is like it's causal dependency versus sequentiality. They're both causal models that are happening as we speak. We're addressing the latter and not the former. The latter, sequentiality, we're cool. Whatever view, if it's eternal, I'm cool with that. But when it comes to the former, when it comes to causal dependency, that relationship is like, the light, the rays of the light of a lamp. When I take a lamp and I switch the light on, the light that's emitting is causally dependent on the lamp switch, meaning that the light actually will not exist if it wasn't for the lamp switch. That reliant relationship cannot go regress infinitely, according to Avicenna. However, when it comes to the sequences that we were talking about, the universe is eternal, you can have these things that exist eternally, like, the laws of physics and stuff. I would even go more over and say, like, not only that, you can have everything eternal, but that's not the issue here. The issue here is whether or not a mother can birth herself, and a mother can't birth herself, because a mother's a dependent thing.
Yeah. Hey, come back to my chat. Come back to my live next time.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
thanks,
and
Dean.
then we can pick up where we left off. Yeah, because I really want to fucking talk to you about this. So.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, man. I liked meeting you.
Yeah.
Come back to mine or trust both of them, man. I love talking to you.
Yeah, good seeing you, Dean.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Have a good night, buddy.
Yeah, Dean was cool.
Yeah,
W's
cool
in the
talk.
chat
Yeah,
for Gene.
I like Dean.
W's in chat for Gene.
Yeah, I
very,
like Dean.
very chill guy.
Yeah.
We got way off the topic, but I guess that's okay. He sort of was just like
we kind of resolved the whole hell thing, and
we resolved it, and
he got voted on.
Chat wanted to keep talking to him, so yeah. All right.
Yeah, he got a second term,
Right.
so you gotta.
So if you're requesting,
good.
I haven't looked at who we have one guest. I haven't looked at who it is yet, but if you're requesting, we're gonna want to talk about the prompt. Okay, so whatever we're talking about with Dean is off the table unless we naturally go there after we've resolved this. If the chat wants to talk to you still, we want to talk about this topic though. So with that said, I'm gonna open up this multi-guest thing, and it takes forever for some reason. I clicked it before I said, with that said. Here we go. Nicholas Bennett. I've talked to Nicholas at least 3 or 4 times. Hey, Nicholas. Welcome back, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you this evening?
Good.
Good, man. So, I talk to a lot of people. I need to take notes like Trust does. But can you just remind me of your view?
Christian that believes in the hell.
Christian, do you believe? So we're talking about an eternal conscious torment on this one.
Yeah.
What's your stance on that?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that people deserve to go there?
I believe people choose to go there.
Well, that's not the question. I don't choose to go there. I don't know that anybody does. But do you think anybody deserves that?
I think we all deserve it.
Why do you think
that? Because we're entropic. So why wouldn't we deserve a heat death? I mean, that's what science tells us is going to happen. We're the only things in this universe that I mean, when we're born and then we die, we have created entropy, right? In the system, the whole system.
Yeah, so, like, I mean, if there is going to be a heat death, which is, like, I'm, like, 50-50 on it. Seems like there could be heat death. There could be, like, a big crunch. I have no idea. I'm not a cosmologist or physicist or anything like that. But whichever one it might be, and there's other models, I think, too, but what's going to happen is different than what we as agents or entities deserve. Like, we're kind of assuming I guess, Christian paradigm, one that is including the eternal conscious torment, dimension afterlife of hell where your soul is basically just experiencing fire for eternity, among other things. So your body, because if we're doing a naturalistic thing, you're saying we're entropic, and this is where the universe is headed. That's not exactly what we're talking about. Like if we're doing a naturalistic thing, there really isn't an afterlife anyway. So our consciousness wouldn't experience that. I'd be long dead before then.
I kind of see it differently in what maybe a consciousness is. I'm a little different, or probably very unique in that aspects of my Christianity. But I mean, nobody really knows what consciousness is, right? So everybody is unique in their own way on that. But no, I'm just talking about you asked the question, do our actions deserve eternal torment? And our bodies are made of energy. That energy is eternally going to torment, right? If you want to, I'm trying to link those two words together: entropy, torment, entropy, sin. It's all the same to me. A fallen world means an entropic world, not a more potential over more potential over more potential. It has less potential, less potential.
How do you distinguish a finite existence? And because it sounds like you're describing a finite existence. So what's the difference between that and eternal torment?
So I do hold the Christian viewpoint that Christ is going to come back. The one person that, if it's true that died and raised from the dead, what created more potential than disorder, or more order than disorder, or let's say potential versus kinetic or whatnot. It added energy into the system, right? So if that's the case, then forget where I was going with that. But yeah, I think we had talked kind of about this before, Lobes, where it's like what created the universe. And I don't even like using the word created, but let's use the word created. What started the universe, whatever it was before the CMBR, had the potential to create, to bring into existence, to change. It went from one form to the next form, if you want to, however you want to think about it. But it had the potential for all of this, right? We can't even describe what that is. The only thing we know is it had the potential. So that thing, I believe, is coming back, because that's my belief. I've only seen one other thing that's given more order to the system. One thing is giving more order to the system. One thing has the capability of creating the whole system. So I do link those together and think Christ is going to come back and recreate order, separate the orderly people from the disorderly people, and the disorderly people are going to live in entropy.
It's all good. Okay, so in that case, because it sounds like because you did say, hey, I have a different understanding of Christianity than other Christians, or God maybe. Is this point of view from your understanding of what the Bible says, or?
Yes, I don't think many Christians would disagree with my. I mean, I've talked to millions, not millions, but bunches, and nobody disagrees. I still have the same. Let's say no. I don't want to say nobody disagrees, but the fundamental. Yeah, Jesus. Okay. I'm a King James Version only believer, but talking about what God is to a atheist is different than talking to my next door neighbor, right? Or my
I got you.
Distant friend. I gotta put in terms you guys we can have a dialogue with. Let's say.
Would you agree then that the Bible must be consistent with the true God's character?
Somewhat. I don't. What do you mean by that?
Somewhat. Well, just whatever your understanding of God's character is the Bible consistent with that?
I would think so, because the Bible tells me what his character is.
Okay. So then you. Okay, so it sounds like you would agree that the Bible must be consistent with the true God's character, because that's where you get your understanding of God's character from, right?
it's not just there. I get a lot of understanding from the laws of the universe, and from my
understand. Is there anything in the laws of the universe that conflict with your understanding of God's character? So I guess I'm just really trying to establish, like, the Bible is consistent with God's character, if you agree with that. That's really what I'm trying to understand, or just establish.
Trust, hold it down for a few minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I don't know how to answer that, because whatever the potential was, had the ability to create all of this, and past that, everything happened, and so it's that you're saying his character is defined by his creation. No, I think you can tell things about his character from his creation. And I hate to even use his, but if I could use his, if you would grant me God or his instead of the potential.
Okay. So now you did say earlier, though, that you have an understanding of God's character from the Bible. I know you did say not just the Bible, and I wasn't trying to imply that. I was just saying that is one of your sources. Would that be fair to say?
All of creation is one of my sources, yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So if there was no Bible, would you have an understanding of God's character then?
Probably a good. I mean, nobody has a good understanding. I would say an understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
If the same text in the Bible is equally or more consistent with an evil God hypothesis, would that undercut your claim that the Bible reveals a good God?
You say that again? Sorry, I'm kind of slow.
Well, I should probably back up a little bit. Do you does in your mind, does the Bible assert that God is good?
Yes, but my definition of good is not necessarily God's definition of good.
Okay, so then
that's why I'm a Christian.
Is your definition of good consistent with the Bible?
What's that?
Is your definition of good consistent with the Bible's understanding of good? Because, like, if we see a lot of scripture that says God is good, God is merciful.
No, because I'm a sinner. Inherently,
right.
Inherently, I'm a sinner.
Yeah.
All the actions I do, even if it looks like I'm doing it for the homeless, I secretly, in the back of my head, I am thinking I'm a good person, or I did something good, and I can hide that, I can suppress that like a Christian should, so that they don't be prideful and be like, taking pictures of themselves and trying to create a following just by trying to make money off of giving money, right, or something like that. So no, I'm a sinner, so I don't think that I'm good.
Okay,
you might think I'm a good person because I give to the homeless and I, don't commit crimes that you would consider crimes in the United States.
Okay. Well, I was trying to. Okay. Well, maybe I can ask it this way, because I was really trying to ask about whether or not God is good in your mind.
I think, yeah. Why would I want to be with the potential that is just messing around with us? But I don't see that. I don't see disorder like just chaos. I take a step, I take the next step, and it lands and it hits the ground. Right? It's not a completely random universe in a sense. There are laws. So laws can be used for good. Why would I believe or why would I want to be with a bad? Or, I mean, if at the end of the day, whatever happens, and there is an afterlife, or there is some God, and he's this evil jokester, and he's like, "Ha, you're all da da da." I mean, I guess I'm wrong, but that's not what I see, and I think the evidence, again, with Jesus Christ is quite compelling to the contrary of it.
Would you see things like calamity as a form of entropy?
Yeah, I think so. If my understanding of calamity is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Because it does say like in Isaiah 45:7 that God creates calamity. Is the creator of calamity, and so if we take it from that standpoint,
then maybe not. Sorry, let me backtrack because I'm interchanging words and sorry, I just I have to stop you there because calamity doesn't necessarily mean entropy. So if there was a God that told somebody to do something, he could, knowing the laws of the universe, that action, right, could create more order rather than.
I think I agree with that actually. Yeah, that there could be more order in a state of calamity. So I don't think calamity necessarily equals entropy.
I'm sorry I had to cut you off there, and I'll let you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No. I'm trying to understand your point of view at this point. So, I promise you, I'm going somewhere with this. It's what I'm trying to get at would you say that if God, because with God's omnipotence, do you believe in God's omnipotence, or where are you at with that?
It could go either way for me. I mean, I could go as far as kind of going into the simulation, theory or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say it doesn't matter either way. Either he put the motion in place when the CMBR went off in the beginning to create a butterfly to move so that a wave hits, so that a tsunami happens in a particular time at a particular place. I grant as well.
I gotcha. Because I think where I'm going with this is that if the same text of the Bible can be applied to an evil God, how would you receive that, or what do you think of that?
If you're trying to use any argument, let me try to say it this way. If we're using any action that anybody did other than Jesus Christ, then let me give you a 2-minute breakdown, or maybe 5-minute breakdown. I got 5 minutes, 15 seconds left of why most people think all of those things that God commanded and to other people, not Christ, Christ is God, to other people look bad or could be perceived as bad. And it can be as bad as you might perceive it and as bad as some of the Deuteronomical, Leviticus, statements were in people's opinions.
Well, I can ask it this way because we're talking about, because you acknowledge that God, had authored calamity, like he either commanded it or did it himself. He's hardened hearts. He's committed genocide. He wiped the planet of all living things except for 6 people and animals on a boat, things like that. How would we distinguish all these actions from an evil God?
I would argue that, you kind of first have to have some ultimate goals in place as God. To make justifiable statements, right? Is this justified or not justified? Well, the goal is what, right? Is that a good goal or a bad goal or whatnot?
What do you think the goal is for God?
To have, as I guess, children, sons and daughters. So, he wants us to be with him in heaven.
Okay, so now if we had a God that was actually evil and would reward those who commit evil acts to heaven and then punish eternally those who commit good deeds, how would you suppose you could distinguish that?
So I don't think anybody does any good deeds but Christ. So I'm a grace alone, but not based.
Well, why do we have free will then?
so that we're not robots.
So we're not robots, but I mean, what exactly does that mean, though?
That means I don't believe that I'm not a determinist. I do believe.
But like, what's the outcome of the choice, though? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand from your point of view. Like, you know, it's one thing to say, well, it's so that we're not robots, but then what exactly does, like, to what end?
To the end of being a son of God.
A son of God. So then if you had an evil God instead of a good God, then that evil God could still have free will, but for a different purpose, right?
Sure.
So then how would you be able to distinguish that?
Based off of the evidence.
Based off of the evidence? Now, would you also agree then that a God could lie? An evil God could lie, excuse me.
Sure.
So if the evidence is all lies from an evil God, like making you think that this is a good God, and this is for the purpose of free will to, again, torture forever those who try to do the right thing, like you giving the charity, for example, that under this evil God's law, that would be a good deed, therefore deserving of hell. And so what I'm asking you is, how would, from your coherent mind, your state of mind, how would you be able to know whether or not this God is good or evil based on what you understand?
I think we already talked about the Joker in the end. If that happens,
yeah, I heard that.
Happens,
He's asking how could you like distinguish it, like
through the evidence. Evidence meaning creation and what happens at laws of the universe. Flowers.
Well, here's Nicholas, I don't know that it could have really been any other way. Like, do we know that there's an alternative way that the universe could have been set up for us to even live?
The evidence doesn't show it.
Yeah, so it seems like
this is the only.
Yeah, so it seems like this is kind of the only way, as far as this is the only way that we know of that the universe could have existed, for where, like, you know, you have cause and effect, and you got the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction, excluded middle, and things like this, laws of physics. It seems like this is the only way that it can be. So an evil God would have to work under that paradigm. Like, I think you need some kind of construction in order to cause destruction, no? If you're evil. My point boils down to, is it more evil to never create life, or to create life so that it's create life and give people things so that you can take it away from them in a brutal way?
I think existence is better than non-existence, and we can't argue that because none of us have experienced non-existence before.
Would existence under an evil God be better than non-existence?
That would be my argument. As existence is still better than non-existence, and that can't be argued because we've never experienced non-existence.
I actually have an argument for that, but it is time for the kick pull. So, guys, if you guys are enjoying the conversation with Nicholas, make sure you click the smiley face. If you would like for us to move on, just click the crying face. We got 53 seconds for this kick pull. Make sure you click the emojis above the text field. Don't type them in the text field or it won't count towards the vote. Nobody's voted yet. I do need you guys to decide. You did not expect the evil God argument from Lobes, really? You didn't expect it? This used to be my main thing. There's no way I didn't cover this with you, Ethan.
Yeah, I stole this from Lobes, actually. I stole this from you.
Really? Did you actually?
Yeah.
The points that you're making, or just like the topic?
The topic.
Oh, okay.
I came up with slightly different points, but yeah, it's the topic.
We got cyber deconstruction in the chat. And Nicholas, they want to keep you on board, so I'll reset the timer.
Yay.
All right, so I do have something to say about whether or not it's better to exist or not exist, and it kind of comes back to what was that the pessimistic philosopher? I don't remember his name, but he's like he is not one of those guys who's alive now. He's one of the like the famous ones that's dead now.
Nietzsche?
But no. He's famous for nihilism, even though he's apparently not a nihilist. It's a different guy. But anyway, he says he's a pessimist. He thinks that it's better to have never existed than to exist. This is where a lot of anti-natalists, and I still kind of think that it's actually better to have never been born. The fact is, I'm here now. So the way that I see it personally, and this is just my personal take, trust does not necessarily fall under this view, and I don't know if I've even shared this with you before or not. Trust, but I think that there are positives and negatives. There's benefits and deficits to being alive in this universe. And I don't think that it's a true dichotomy. I think that there's a neutral stance. I think that if you are experiencing pleasure, I'd say that's a good thing. I think if you're experiencing fulfillment, that's a good thing. If you're sitting around and not really doing much, I think you can feel like a neutral state where you zone out and you're not really experiencing anything that much. You're kind of just dazed. I don't think that's necessarily a benefit or a deficit. I think there is a neutral stance, right? But I think it's a deficit. I think it's a bad thing if you experience pain. I mean, it's for a greater good, but like just pain for pain's sake, I think is a bad thing. I think that if you are constantly struggling just to survive, that's an existence that is arguably not worth living. Arguably, not necessarily. But if you don't exist, you can't experience the pain or the pleasure. And it's a good thing that you can't experience the pain. But I think that since you can't experience the pleasure, that would just put you at a neutral state. And I think that a neutral state is better than a guaranteed deficit, right? Like a promised neutral state where you're not experiencing good or bad. If you live, you're guaranteed to experience the bad.
But you don't have it.
Yeah, but you don't need the benefit for it to be like better than you don't need the benefit for it to be better than the bad, is what I'm kind of trying to say. I don't know how coherent I am at this late of the night. Trust, am I making sense?
Yeah, I think you are. Okay. So it sounds like to me, in your point of view, existence is a net neutral, like a net zero.
I think non-existence is a neutral, and existence. Oh, gotcha. Since you're guaranteed to feel pain, it's bad. But since you don't necessarily need to feel I think that the lack of pleasure isn't a bad thing. That just gets you to neutrality.
Yeah, I think I see where you're going with that. I don't want to derail from the guest, but
well, you don't even have a state there, so it's nothing. It's you can't. I don't know. In my opinion, it's just an argument that can't be had because.
Well, can I ask
you only have context for one thing, and not the other.
But hypothetically, because you can still deal with hypotheticals. Would you rather experience extreme pain and only extreme pain for all of eternity, or nothing at all?
I don't think that's the only thing that you experience in hell, but obviously I would choose extreme happiness versus extreme pain.
Well, of course, but that wasn't the question, and I wasn't even necessarily saying that that's what hell was. This is kind of a sub point. We're trying to say that non-existence can be preferable to existence. I think some lives aren't worth living.
But we have no experience of that state. So we have no reference to even argue the point one way or the other.
I think once life has gotten you to a point, and I'm not advocating for somebody to do anything rational, by the way. If you are feeling like this is speaking to you in a way, definitely speak to somebody.
Yeah,
I think some lives are not worth living, and if you reach a point where you do not have any more interest to continue living, then it is preferable to not live anymore. This is the motivation people have when they make that final decision.
Yeah, I make a lot of wrong decisions as well, though, and I would consider that a wrong decision.
To be fair, I think if it weren't for my survival instinct, I would have been gone a long time ago. Same with probably most people, because the thought has crossed. I think the thought has at least crossed the minds of just about everybody at some point. It's been the worst you've ever experienced at some point. You know, like you've been at your you've been at your lowest. Like whatever your lowest is, you've hit that at some point. And
isn't that when you make your worst decisions, though?
Yeah, but when you're there, you're not really thinking rationally.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, yeah. So, but that's kind of just what I'm saying. I think some lives just aren't worth living, but I think that you don't know what the rest of your life holds, and it can be better. I think if you knew that it was going to be a bunch of the same, I hate this, I can't take this anymore bullshit for the rest of your life, this is my honest take. I don't think it's worth continuing. If you know for a fact you're going to hate the rest of your life, it's just not worth it. There's no point. But since you don't know what it's going to hold, there's an optimism to be had there. And that's what I tell people to hang on to. Since in the grand scheme of time, you're going to die right now, basically anyway. So hanging on for another 60 or 80 or 30 years or whatever you have left isn't really that much of a commitment if you think about it in the grand scheme of time.
So, yeah, now to bring it back to religion and my why you would be in hell and I would be in heaven is because, yeah, like what you're saying, what you're believing is that existence isn't a good thing in and of itself.
Yeah.
And I kind of do, because and it's almost demonstrable by two is better than one. More structures can be had with two objects rather than one object. So you're wanting to go from three objects to two objects to one object to half an object. That's what I'm saying. Like
two
your
is
mind's
always better than one, but I don't want to be pedantic, but it's not always better.
Well, yeah, no, in the sense of entropy, in the sense of 100%. That's what I'm talking about. In the sense of the universe and entropy, two is better.
I can only say this because of the state of affairs that we're presented with. If existence could only be bliss, then it would always be better to exist, right? But that's just not the circumstance we have.
But like I'm trying, like, and I don't want to. Well, never mind. Sorry.
You're right. But we were talking about hell. Did we ever get to why you think people deserve to go there? Because I think you said that we're entropic, and so it's just going to happen. But does that mean that we deserve it? I don't remember exactly where we got from that.
So we deserve it because we're entropic, right? So we've committed entropy upon this universe. We've committed a crime, let's say. So if, but
wait, but being, did you say that being entropic?
A clarifying question.
Did you say that being entropic is a crime?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
But we can't control that. Like whoever made us entropic would be responsible for that.
I would.
It's like we tend to go entropic.
We do, but again, I would say
like
Jesus,
I don't want to be entropic.
Being the one that raised from the dead, performed a certain actions to have him be raised from the dead. He beat.
But then he made it look like a fake story, and if we don't believe it, then we'll continue being entropic. Like I don't want to be entropic. Like, there's a part of me that wants to believe that this thing's true so that I don't have to die. You know? Like, there's a survival instinct in me that's like, there's a path to eternal life that's pretty appealing. You know? So, but
yeah, so if
he did it in such a way that it looks super fake. And that's not, I don't think that's fair.
Why do you think it looks fake? I mean,
yeah,
there's
super fake. The dude did self-necromancy. You can't even do self-necromancy in Skyrim, where necromancy is real. You gotta be, like, doing it on somebody else while you're alive.
He's talking about bringing somebody back from the dead?
Yeah.
Bringing himself back from the dead.
Yeah, that's like some next level, like, that's like magical magic. Like, it's one thing to, like, get me to concede to
That's
magic.
like next level.
But, like, to get me to concede to magic plus platinum membership supreme package, I can't, like, I can't buy that. That's like magic to magic.
It is a faith, but there's historical evidences.
I don't think there's historical evidence for magic, Nicholas.
Well, I would say that all of the universe in a sense, but yeah, again, it is a faith. It's not everything is. It's not a small book. It's a big book. It's a big book of a lot of stories that haven't been verified yet, and ones that look false today. That could look or be correct tomorrow.
Why? I mean, like, why should I think that the self-necromancy is real?
I would say because of the gospel, because of the historical evidences of it's like the cold. I don't know if you've read The Cold Case for Christ, I think is what it's called or something. But apparently, there's a book that guy goes through all the different reasons how somebody could make this story up, and it's not a made up story. Nope, it's
Yeah, but that just sounds like propaganda, right? That just sounds like propaganda because that's like, I mean, if somebody says that a whole bunch of witnesses saw it, it's like, okay, it's more likely that a whole bunch of people were fooled, or a whole bunch of people were made up to believe that, like they didn't actually exist, or a whole bunch of people were in on it. These are all things that are more likely than me conceding to super magic.
Yeah, I agree, but there you can look into each of those too and see that there were people that were there saying, "Look, ask the people that saw this," and it corroborates. There's a lot of corroboration, a lot of spreading around, and you can tell who's telling the truth or who's not telling the truth based off of what people say and what historical evidence is.
For me, it doesn't matter what they said or what they believed. I would have to first be convinced that necromancy and self-necromancy is possible before I conceded to the story. Like if I told you that yesterday I flew to work with butterfly wings, I mean, you wouldn't believe me, regardless of if I told you that there was like 1,000 witnesses. You just wouldn't believe me because it's not possible. I can't do that. You know that human beings can't do that. Just like we know that human beings can't perform necromancy. So it makes the claim invalid, regardless of how many evidences you have in favor of it. You'd have to have that phenomenon proven first.
What if the next?
Sorry to cut in. I'm gonna dip for the night. But
hey, nice talking to you.
Thanks for having me up. Yeah, it was good talking.
Thank
nice
you, Trust. Everybody, make sure that you follow this guy, Trust but Verify. He is really badass, and he does a lot of wonderful lives. I'm just gonna play this for you one more time.
He's a certified badass. He's a master debater, he'll make you cry. He's the coolest of the cool bitch. Where's the lie? Give it up for Trust but Verify.
That's dope, man. Yay, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for having me out.
Yeah.
Have a good night, chat. Nice meeting you, Nicholas. Yeah. Kick me down.
All right, I got you.
What if this necromancer left behind his staff, the Shroud of Turin, and it's can't be duplicated today without using dye or pigments?
So there we would have a story where somebody did some magic that I don't believe in, but then like the wand or the thing that they used for the magic was left behind, I mean,
Yeah.
it would be like, I would consider that to just be a prop that they used to pretend to do the magic, or that somebody said they allegedly used to do the magic. And the Shroud of Turin was that was from the 1300s apparently, from the research that's been done on it, and now they can't even get the thing peer reviewed.
I would disagree.
They can't.
They might not be able to get it peer reviewed. I haven't heard that before.
Yeah,
But I would
because
disagree
it's
that from
because
that time
they're
frame.
because people that they try to take it to, they see all the like religious bias, nobody wants to touch it, but it's also a perfect like representation of a person's face, whereas if it was draped across somebody's face and you were to lay that flat, it would be oblong, it wouldn't be a perfect face. It's a painting from the 1300s.
Well, it depends on how that perfect or that person left the body in a miraculous way, right? So how the image was painted on would be possibly different.
Yeah, well, you would have to. So if you're using if the thing you're using for evidence has to presuppose the thing that it's trying to prove, that just makes it circular reasoning.
Yeah, but it can't be duplicated. Even if I grant you 1300s, what are these laser scientists doing? The pigment is on like the first 2 millimeters or half a millimeter or something of the cloth, and you can't do, and it has no dye to it or no pigments to it. It's just it's DNA, it's nucleotides and stuff.
I've heard that claim.
It's turned into minerals and stuff too.
I haven't heard that claim verified by anybody, and this is another like they won't peer review it. Like it's not a thing that's apparently going to be like verified. But I do know that the Catholic Church said that it was fake when it first was discovered, and then once people started believing in it, they changed their mind and said actually it's real.
What are you saying that isn't peer reviewed though? Like can what you're asking for even be peer reviewed? Because it's just the data. The pigments this far.
Yeah, the study of the shroud being evidence of a supernatural resurrection.
Well, no, you can't. I'm not saying that far. I'm not going that far with it, but it's quite the cloth with it. It's got a pretty good history to it and something we can't replicate. And again, it's great stories behind it.
It just seems like more propaganda.
But it's not just that.
But the thing is, with the shroud, let's just like grant for a second that the shroud was actually what they say it is, and it was the actual burial shroud of Jesus, and it was left behind specifically as proof of the resurrection. This is if God's going to give us this type of a thing for proof or evidence, it doesn't make sense that he would give us this type of evidence that can be argued over. If he's going to give us proof to show people in the 21st century, he would make it undeniable, right? The shroud has like he would know that they're just gonna debunk the shroud and say that it's a painting from the 1300s. They're not gonna know that it's genuinely from me. So I'll make it. Like, he could make it glow a radiant light and make it indestructible. You know, like that would be amazing.
But that would take away free will. At that point, you're just asking for something.
Why would it take away free will? Why give us any evidence if good evidence takes away free will?
No, because you're saying the evidence has to be so strong that everybody just believes, and I think that takes away free will.
I think if the goal is to convince people of something, then you have to give them good enough evidence to believe it.
What's better than a thing that cannot be replicated today with ancient tools?
A radiant glowing burial shroud that's indestructible would be.
That is what that is. It's radiating, glowing It's not indestructible, but perhaps it is. It hasn't been
let's say you
destroyed
touch
yet.
it, and then like your wounds get healed or something. That would be, I would probably believe if it was like that. But just convincing somebody of something isn't. Well, first of all, I'm a determinist. But like if I grant free will, I don't think that forcing somebody to believe something is what would take away their free will. Like, can you see the camera I'm holding up? Can you see how many fingers I'm holding up?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you believe that I'm holding up how many?
4.
4, right. And I forced you to believe that by holding up 4 fingers, right? Did I take away your free will, or did I just convince you that these are the fingers that I'm holding up?
I just went along because I go along because I'm somewhat determined by.
Okay, actually, I got a better example. Let's say you're gonna get married. You've got your bride, and the time's up, so I'm gonna do another kick pull in a second. But you've got your bride. You've never seen her before. You've never spoken to her. You don't know her name. You're not convinced she even exists. You're thinking maybe people are pulling a prank on me. And you're like, just let me meet her before I go and get married to her. But then they tell you you can't meet her. She can't appear right before you because that would take away your free will. And then you wouldn't be able to decide whether or not to marry her. But that's crazy because everybody who meets their spouse makes a decision whether or not they wanted to marry them, right? You have to first, in order to even have that decision, you need to know whether or not they at least exist. So I can't make a decision if I don't know that this God exists on whether or not I'm going to follow him. And if he proves to me that he exists, I would at least have an informed choice. But since I don't know that he exists, that's actually taking away my free will. Because now I'm not making an informed choice, and I could be liable to the fiery pits of hell because I haven't been given adequate information.
Yeah, I think that it. I kind of follow what you're saying, but I think once you see God, it's.
Guys, it's a kick pull again. Make sure you click if you like Nicholas to stay up. Smiley face. If you would like for Nicholas to drop down and we move on, click the crying face. Hey, Jaron. Hey, what you think about the song?
Yeah, I probably got to go anyways. I have a company in town, but I do appreciate it. And I don't know with your last one. I guess I just didn't follow along completely.
Sorry, man, it's kind of late. I get it.
Yeah.
No worries, man. All right. Well, if you gotta go anyway, then that's fine. I'll just let you down.
Okay, cool. Hey, thanks again for talking.
Yeah, thanks, Nicholas. It's always fun. All right, W's in the chat for Ethan. I said Ethan. I meant to say Nicholas. Ethan's the next guest. Thanks, Jaron. I appreciate that. I was most of the screaming, none of the singing. The other guy, there was 2 guest vocalists, and the composer of the music was the star of the music video. Just for some like fun facts. But yeah, I had a pretty good range, right? I was going really high, really low. My highest, my biggest influence. Fuck, I can't use words. My biggest influence was The Devil Wears Prada, and like what were they called? The Crimson Armada. God, they're amazing. All right, Ethan's coming up.
I know that song was for me, bro. Don't you have to lie?
The song I'm talking to Jaron about?
No, the one that you said earlier, and then you're like, "Oh, never mind. That was for Nicholas. Ethan's our next guest."
Oh, no. I literally said, I said W's in the chat for Ethan when I was saying goodbye to Nicholas. That's because I was.
Nah, I know you meant it. You can lie to everyone else, not me, though.
Okay. You caught me.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, baby. And she's like, yeah.
Right.
All right, sick. I got no response. I concede.
Yeah, you better concede after those years. All right, Ethan, you don't deserve to go to hell, man. Neither do I. But you know what? You're Eastern Orthodox, so you think hell's like a state of mind or some shit, right?
Probably closer to that.
Remind
I mean,
me.
it's still like an actual place. It's a little bit hard to explain when you're not already kind of pulled into the metaphysics, because the idea of the Christian God's a little bit different than probably what you've heard from both Catholics and Protestants. And so it's easier if you kind of know a little bit about the ontology of God first. But the simple idea is it feels really good when someone loves you and you love them back. And it doesn't feel very good when you really don't like someone and they just love bomb you constantly.
Yeah.
That would be a kind of a distinction.
Yeah, like, I don't know why somebody would do that to somebody who wants to, like, be away from them, right? Wouldn't that be kind of a dickish thing to do?
Sorry, say that one again.
Like, wouldn't it be kind of a dickish thing to do if somebody doesn't really want to hang out with you, but you just were, like, overbearing and dropping love bombs on them all the time, and you wouldn't leave them alone?
I think there could be a world where there's a reason for something like that to happen.
Like what?
Well, I mean, I think the Christian perspective is an easy one to go down for something like that, especially given the level of accountability that the Bible would say we have for our decisions. And so obviously there's going to be consequences when we make bad decisions. And if we just, and since you're assuming the Christian worldview for this, making bad decisions is going to have bad consequences, and it's kind of reinforced through everything you do in life.
Yeah, you know, bad consequence. Like, you do something, there's a consequence. That's pretty obvious. It's kind of just the way she goes. But like, going to hell is like a conscious decision for someone to be put in a place for a punishment, not just a consequence. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think the punishment is the consequence.
I don't know, kind of like. So, explain to me what happens.
Just like more like Orthodox eschatology.
Yeah, like what's the least that I could do to get there, and then explain the process of like what happens and what it's like.
You're gonna hate the Orthodox cop out answers, dude. But they're coming already. Yeah. So when you say something like that, this assumes that we have some level of prerequisite knowledge for what gets you into hell and heaven. And we have a general idea that the body of Christ, the church, is a great place to start. But anyone can be binded to the body of Christ, even if they're outside of that. And so if you're participating more, or at least persevering towards the likeness, energies, and goodness of God, then you're probably on the right track. That would be a general assumption, but we're not exactly allowed to make any individual assumptions of people's salvation outside of like the saints, Mary.
You're not even allowed to make assumptions. Like, this person did X. That seems like they're probably going to go to hell.
Only because we don't know people's hearts, and it's not a great idea to have an idea of what someone's intention is. Like, it's just a slippery slope to go down.
Okay,
if you start with that, like, you can give me an extreme example, I'd probably say give you like a probability on it, maybe, but I would never say for certain.
All right, well, do you think it has to do with intention then? Like, you know, because if I'm an atheist and I'm doing my best, and like I'm just genuinely not convinced that God exists, and I'm trying to live ethically, like, you think that actually carries a hell of a lot of weight? Oh, hey, Dark Knight.
Yeah, it's probably worse than it would be to not. I mean, I don't know exactly what to tell you there. It's like you're telling me you're doing the best you can, and you just don't have that sense of belief. And I think we've talked about sense of belief a little bit before, so you kind of know my stance on that.
Well, we've talked about it multiple times.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what you're asking me. Are you?
I'm asking like it is.
It seems like you're still trying to find a line for what heaven and hell is. And I kind of already told you this.
I mean, I'm trying to see if there's any kind of way that you can like infer, because you're saying that you could speak probabilistically. Do you, okay, maybe we can talk about with the term likely. Do you think that if I'm doing what I believe is ethical, that I am more likely than not to go to heaven than hell?
What you believe is ethical, probably not. If your intentions are good, then yes. But I mean, you're an absurdist, so you don't even believe in good and bad. So,
Well, I mean, I do, just not independent of subjectivity, right? I don't think that there's,
right.
I don't think they have an ontology. But yeah, like, but like that's still my intentions, right? Like doing what I think is ethical is a reflection of my intentions.
Well, what you say ethical is probably devolvable into preference, right?
Probably.
Okay, so then all you're actually saying is, I'm doing a really good job at doing what I prefer.
Yeah, I mean that's one way you could put it. But it's not like it's arbitrary. It's based on a lot of factors, which you probably are like already privy to.
I don't know if I would say it's not arbitrary then, but I don't know if that really changes anything if it's that. So I don't know if your um, self dogmatic intentions. I'm gonna use that word instead of arbitrary if you don't like that. Uh, just not a sentence at all. But we're gonna go with that one. Don't laugh at me, Lobes.
You started laughing. It's contagious.
Yeah.
I mean, like the first time I talked to you, I was like 50% annoyed and 50% like enjoying myself. And then the more I talk to you, the more it's like you kind of could say anything at this point, because I know that you're just a fun person to talk to and that your insults are actually friendly.
You got to quit flirting with me on these damn lives, bro. It's got to stop at one point, dude. That's going to get us taken down here if we go any farther than this. Yeah. Oh, that felt that deep in my ear. I don't like that. All right. So did the audience too. They're going to throw off in the chat now. Look what you did. Okay. So we'll go back to arbitrary preference, and you can take arbitrary in whatever way you'd prefer it, and I'll just accept that. If all you're saying is that, it doesn't really seem like there's anything going on there that gives you anything deserving of heaven, if that's the justification for you having good intentions, right?
Okay. I guess what I guess I meant was I at least don't deserve to go to hell. I think I did mention heaven, but I'm just like trying to skirt hell. I don't think that anybody's deserving to go to a place of eternal conscious torment. And by the way, this is the type of hell that I was talking about when I bring up this prompt, because when you have a prompt, you kind of have to define your terms.
Right, of course.
So that's what I'm talking about, and I can work with your thing.
Cool.
But I think that what you said is like, your view is sort of like we're all in the presence of God, but like I'm gonna hate it because like maybe I don't like God or something, and God's gonna be like, I don't care. I'm gonna be all up in your space regardless of what you think, and I'm gonna be like,
I was just praying to him about this conversation. That's exactly what he told me he's gonna do to you. It's like too late for you. He's laughing about he's gonna be up in your space, dude.
That's too bad.
It's too late for you. Well, here's the question to kind of get a better idea what you mean then. So when you say deserves, where's the standard for something like that? Like, how do you know what someone deserves and doesn't deserve?
Well, I think that so I'm just gonna meet people kind of where they're at and see how it goes. But like obviously just gonna use my own standard, and you're gonna use whatever you think is the right standard, since I think that these types of things are ultimately subjective, like what somebody deserves. If we talk about justice, it's
right. You know exactly where I'm going with this already.
It's an equal. It's like an equal response to a transgression, right? So it's like it's adequate. It is appropriate. It's not like too much. It's not too little. It fits the crime, and when it most fits the crime is when it's justice. But if the punishment, and maybe you have like degrees of hell, so I don't know, but if the punishment is always up to like the maximum 11, like it goes a one scale of 1 to 10 and it goes up to 11 for even the smallest thing, like you sinned once and it was like an accident or something, or you just have your original sin or whatever, and that gets
Yeah,
you
we don't
the
exactly
ultimate
believe in
punishment.
original sin either.
Well, I don't know. I was
Yeah.
never Orthodox, but like I don't think that's I don't think that's just. I don't think that's fitting for the crime. I don't think that it's an all or nothing paradigm, and I think that you would agree. Like if I were to steal a candy bar or if I were to kill somebody, you would argue that I don't deserve as harsh a punishment for stealing the candy bar versus killing the person.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. But so I think the big difference in the way that we would argue about this is that I like to argue from a worldview level. So that's why I'm always trying to get clear on like internal and external critiques and definitions and stuff. So when I say I agree with you, I think that my worldview gives me warrant for a justified belief of what deserving something and not deserving something is beyond an arbitrary standard because I'm a Christian. I don't think that me agreeing with you puts us on the same playing field because I think that your warrant for it in your worldview is arbitrary.
How so?
Because you chose your own standard of what someone deserves and doesn't deserve, and someone else could choose their own standard, and your disagreement with it would devolve into preference again.
Well, my morals are based on my experiences and my like biology. So I'm gonna have a certain mental faculties that's going to make me feel certain ways about things, and it's going to have an emotional component that is completely outside of my control, but it's just a part of how I am. And then I've got my society that has refined its morals through trial and error, and they aren't perfect, but I've been shaped by my surroundings. And if I'm convinced by like a compelling argument that what I thought was good is bad and what's bad is good, it's because of the argument and the substance of what's being said that I might change my mind on a certain particular moral stance. But like if I just adhered to, well, God says this, so I'm not going to even think about it. I'm just going to accept it no matter what it is. That's arbitrary, in my opinion.
Well, I think we can go into that whole thing too if you want to. But I think when you say you're weighing out the odds of an argument or what else is going on in there, that still assumes that you have some presupposition of what you're going to value.
Yeah,
in
it's
it.
based
So
on my
like
values.
your value of
It's based on my
right,
values,
yeah, which
and
is
your
so it does
morals-
devolve in a preference then.
Yeah, your morals are based on like whatever your goal is. It's like an if then statement is a good example. Like if you want suffering to go away as much as possible, then you must take action X, Y, or Z, or prohibit X, Y, or Z, right? But if you want human flourishing to prevail, then this is what you ought to do, and then you can actually objectively measure those things with those goals in mind. But if it's like God says X, so it doesn't matter what I think, I'm not going to think about it. I think that's arbitrary.
Well, let me. I have kind of two routes I want to go down here, and I'll probably only take like 3 questions, and then for the rest of the time, poke at me about your question back about the God thing. Then, how's that sound?
Yeah, do what you want.
Okay, cool. So I'll just grant you, for the sake of the first question, that God doesn't exist. We're just going to completely concede that for the point of this. And we'll just say that my preference of what someone deserves or doesn't deserve in this totally not real hell thing we're talking about is that I think the guy from Germany deserves to go to heaven. Everyone else deserves to go to hell. Like if I said that, and this does literally just devolve into preferences, like you told me earlier, is the only reason that your position is better than mine because of your preference and a majority of people's preferences?
Well, so there wouldn't be like an objectively true answer. It would just be what you think versus what I think you might be alone in that camp. There might be like a couple of other people there with you, and you guys could go off and form your own society where you think that that's the case. But then the rest of us would just go on speaking pragmatically and saying that it's not right that he should go to heaven and that he should go. I don't think he should go to hell. I think that he shouldn't go to heaven, but I don't think that anybody should go to hell still. And I'm not. That's not exactly a popular belief. Some people.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, like we would just all agree.
I think if I was
that.
an atheist, I'd agree with you on that, actually.
Yeah, we'd be like, this is our opinion based on our values and our goals, but we're going to shorten that by saying it's wrong because we're already in the same camp. Like if I were to tell you that like pizza's delicious, you would be like, you mean in your opinion pizza's delicious? Because what's your objective moral standard for what tastes good? You know, it's just subjective to your taste buds. It's like, come on, like we're all human. And humans have certain tastes that taste good to the vast majority of us, and we have morals that are appealing to the vast majority of us because we're a social species and we love getting along, and most of us hate not getting along.
Yeah, but I don't think we actually, if you're an atheist, I don't think we can actually claim that we do that for moral reasons. Are you familiar with the evolutionary argument against naturalism?
I don't think so.
Okay. Dang, it's not really. No, the other route's going to be more fun. Maybe I'll come up again. Alvin Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism is pretty. I would look into that. That'll be a hard pushback if you haven't heard it before. So let's go down this route because it's more fun then. What's your moral standard? Like what you like? Like what would you prefer for morals?
I guess to sum it up, secular humanism pretty much sums it up. You might find something in there that I disagree with, but I can't think of anything.
Do you think you have like if you had to give me a claim, like do you follow like a harm principle or you're like some kind of like version like a Kantian ethic or something?
Well, so I sort of take my moral stances on a case by case basis, and like when they're consistent, I make more broad sweeping claims like. I think that it's actually definitionally wrong to murder. So, but like I think it's
right.
Just things come to me and they speak to either my emotions or what I think is wrong in a society, and I make a judgment call based on what I think is I think that gratuitous harm is bad and should be stopped. I don't think that unnecessary harm or harm for harm's sake is good. I think that's a bad thing, and this is just a personal preference. You could I have to make a certain assumption at some point.
Yep.
And I think that human flourishing is a good thing, and this is just the fact that I'm a human being. So from a human being's perspective, we're going to think that human flourishing is a good thing.
Okay. So I think this is really hard. So I understand that you want to, that you even concede to me that morals devolve into preferences. But you also say that you're pulling right. Well, this is what I'm saying. I'm going to just like give you this too. You're trying to pull off of objective facts to give a better justification for your preferences because your preference is that you want justification for your morals.
It's more explanatory. So like I have like, you can't deny that morals exist. If there's no God, then they like are subjective, I think, right? They're evidently subjective, at least if you think about it. Then like maybe they're not. I think even if there's a God, they're still subjective. But if there's not a God,
if we got more time, we'll have to get there.
Yeah. But like they exist, and so me explaining why I think the things I do is more just like a self-reflection than like a justification.
Okay. So tell me what's wrong with this then. And you could just say preference if you want, but if you have something more than that, that would be good. Because I've never heard like a good answer to this that isn't given from a religious perspective. What is actually morally wrong with having intercourse with a dead body and no one knows about it? I think you could have good reasons why that's wrong on Christianity or maybe Islam, maybe. But I don't understand what the justification for that would be on atheism.
So let's say that you're like the last man standing. Everybody died of a plague except you, and you're surrounded by corpses, and you just decide to like fuck one of them. Is that what you're saying?
Let's just say like everyone's still here, nothing's changed, and we'll use you as the example, and me. And I was like, oh shoot, Lobes is dead, and no one knows. God. I really think Lobes look cute in that Luigi outfit. What's wrong with that? You're welcome.
I'm
for the
like,
hypothetical.
oh baby, and she's like, yeah.
That's unrealistic. You wouldn't be talking back.
You don't know what I do when I'm dead. You haven't seen me dead yet. So like, what's wrong with that? Well,
yeah, nothing's changed. Nobody knows. Still, everyone's here. I just said, screw it. I'm gonna screw it.
Personally, I think it's if you don't have a problem with it, then it's not wrong to you. Anybody who finds out about it, they're over 99% of them are going to have a major problem with it because of the way it makes them feel. And I
don't think they could tell me what their problem is though, besides how they feel.
They would say something like it's disrespecting who they were. You're diminishing their humanity into like also there's evolutionary reasons, like you will probably catch a disease from that unless they're like super fresh. And then maybe even still if they were a carrier or something. There's sometimes it's just a projection of.
We know you got all the UTIs too, so that might actually be dangerous.
I have a low body count, but yeah. So sometimes it's just a projection of our biology from evolution that we just feel ways about stuff for not necessarily a rational reason, and other times, or even in conjunction, it's for like pragmatic reasons for the benefit of society. Like you wouldn't want somebody going around and doing the necrophilia thing because you don't want to live in a world where maybe that could happen to somebody who you love and respect. And it would.
Well, that's why I said no one knows.
Yeah. Well,
I wanted to make it like literally at that.
Regardless of like the reason that you might be able to express intellectually, you would have a bad feeling about it, which is like if you hate it, it kind of doesn't matter what you think about it because you naturally hate it as a human being. It's in your nature to hate it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you say it's in your nature to hate it, I think that's probably the most consistent answer. I just think when people try to go with like a harm principle, there's not really much to find there. Especially if no one knows and the person likes it, that should be considered virtuous if you take like a strict harm principle. And I understand you said you didn't do that. If you want, we can run the kick pull, or you can start pushing on me. I've been pushing on you the whole time on this one.
Well, there's only 8 people on TikTok. There's 29 on YouTube, but and they don't participate in the kick pull, unfortunately. If you guys want to participate in the kick pull and you're on YouTube, come over to actually there's a major delay, so you guys are way behind, so you won't be able to anyway. But still come over to TikTok because I don't have much of a presence on YouTube yet. I'm gonna go ahead and do the kick pull. We'll see what happens. Usually when it's this low, people don't interact that much with the kick pull, but we'll see. Who's that? You? No.
One of them was me.
Okay. Hey, Sacrificial Lamb.
My dog Russell knows what's up too.
Russell Boo Bustle. And Michael Christopher in the house. Hey guys, by the way, I have a super fan goal of 30. I'm at 21. That's the best way you can support me. And superfans get permission to be a panelist. So if you give me any amount of money on a monthly basis, then you can just hang out on the panel, as long as you're cordial and respectful.
So if the poll ends up staying up, let's just run it back and you just poke at why it would be a subjective term for me too on the word deserve, because that's kind of the one that we're in contention with right now. Because I mean, all I wanted, like the whole goal of that was to get to the conclusion that deserve is arbitrary, so the argument's arbitrary.
Well, deserve is subjective.
Well, right. No, I'm granting in the atheist worldview that is the case. I wouldn't grant that in a Christian worldview.
But I don't think that subjective is synonymous with arbitrary, right?
I think I would say that's the same thing. Can you define subjective for me then?
Based on a subject. And arbitrary is based on nothing.
Well, arbitrary would still be. I think something's necessarily. Yeah, I guess it's not necessarily arbitrary, but if strictly the argument devolves into preference, then then I could reject it based on my own preference, and the argument holds no weight.
But your preferences aren't based on nothing. Your preferences are based on other things.
Well, yeah, but the preferences themselves is where the weight comes from, because being logically consistent isn't logically binding in atheism.
Right. So
it's just a preference for that.
Okay, so it comes down to your goals. Oh, let me reset the timer actually, since you won the kick poll.
Every time, by the way.
Did I click the right
3 for 3.
When it comes to like your preferences and your moral goals, assuming my paradigm, right, atheism, where like maybe there's no God, or maybe you just don't know that there's a God, you would still have moral values, and you would still use the word deserve. I mean, you would. You would still be living in a society with other people, and you would have a conception of people being deserving or not deserving of X, Y, or Z. So what do you think? Because I'm curious, what would you say someone is deserving of under your version of like an atheistic based paradigm?
I mean, I think it would strictly devolve into like, what are you trying to ask me, entertainer? Are you trying to see if I can find a better justification, or are you just like, if I was an atheist, what would I say?
Yeah, like if you were an atheist, what would you say? Like, because like if what you deserve is preferential, you still would have certain values that are baked into who you are as a person and your psychology, right? Like you would feel ways about stuff whether you wanted to or not. You would think things and feel things, and those things would change with the paradigm shift, but gradually. But you would still have a concept of people deserving or not deserving something. You would still cringe at somebody getting like the guillotine for taking like a Skittle from a bowl or something. You would think that that's unjust. But you would just have a new way of looking at it, right? You would be thinking about it in a completely different way.
I hope this entertains the hypothetical enough for you, but I think I would be split between two different views. I would have a moral intuition that I don't want to see anyone get harmed unless they've hit my threshold of what deserves a certain amount of harm, and we can go more specific into what that would be. And then there's another side of me that would be purely logical, just saying all of this is molecules moving around. There's no meaning to any of this. Me spilling coffee on the ground is no different than someone's brain spilling on the ground, except for it's different molecules under atheism. So like part of me is like, I don't even think there is a correct answer to that question then under atheism. Part of me is like, well, preferentially, there's probably some threshold for where some suffering is.
Yeah, depending. Yeah,
does that answer?
Depending. Yeah, so like and I just asked that to kind of help you think in my shoes for a little bit, just to kind of help you kind of get into like my mindset. There isn't a right or wrong answer, and that's what the thought experiment is meant to do.
Okay.
So I think that's totally valid. I agree. Like ultimately, I think I'm pretty nihilistic. Like the sun's gonna blow up and we're all gonna be gone, and then time's gonna keep going on for trillions of years as if we were never here. And if life reemerges somewhere else, they'll never be able to tell that we were here in the first place unless they find some of the shit that we launched into space.
So let me ask one last question then, and then just completely push on me and just say, Ethan, shut the fuck up, stop asking questions. You said you were going to stop doing that like 10 minutes ago.
Can't you do that now?
But no, doesn't count yet.
Okay. In
like 1 minute it counts.
Let me know.
Good try though. Yeah, I'm the host here. You can't do shit like that here. I'll mute you next time. I'll go full Darth Dawkins on you. You're getting muted. I'm screaming on top of my lungs at you. It's over for you.
Must not be named.
my idol. I'm his protege, Lobes. Can you not tell? No, I don't like him. I think we talked about that before. I just had to clarify that for the rest of them.
He sucks.
Yeah. Don't worry, we all agree here. But so you said in your thought experiment that the whole point of it was to show that there's no correct answer. So would you say that?
No, it wasn't. No. I was saying that there's no correct answer to that thought experiment. I just wanted you to like go walk through it and just be honest with where you landed.
Okay. I see what you mean then. So you weren't saying that. Well, actually, I don't understand where you would get a correct answer from outside of like your subjective belief then.
So yeah, so like what I'm saying is if nothing matters, right? Under that like lens of looking at it, then yeah, like nobody deserves anything because deserve is just a made up term that we use for XYZ reason. So
do you grant that?
I mean, yeah, like in some regard. Like I don't think that morals, I'm an anti-realist. I'm a moral anti-realist.
Right.
So morality is a tool that we developed for pragmatic reasons. So and like they can be held passionately, and I think a lot of Christians make they fail in realizing that their passion and their instinct for a moral take is like enough to make it objective, and like they feel it so strongly that they just say it's objective. Sorry,
you really need to hear the
objective
evolutionary argument against naturalism. Then you'll have to look at that after this. Then
okay, but within
just with the stuff you're saying, it totally goes into that.
Okay, well, I'd love to look at it, but within a society where we've constructed our morals and the society has prospered, we refine our morality whether we want to or not. The people that are a detriment to the society just get weeded out naturally, you know, because we want to persist. The societies that are like, yeah, go kill each other, I don't care, like they don't flourish. You know, they don't. The ones that are like, we should never do that, they're more successful. I mean, they get more bad guys because there's more people, but then they have a more sophisticated justice system. They're trying to get rid of the harm. So they form these moral values, and they start using terms like deserve because it depends on their goal. Their goal is to have this this society where they can flourish. And so the word deserve is in line with that goal. Right? It's not like talking about some kind of cosmic truth independent of us. It's a term that we use pragmatically.
Okay, so there was like 5 words in there that I was like scratching my skin like a crack addict just hearing you say, like, not trying to jump in there. Like the words like pragmatically, flourishing, and obviously deserve, all of that. Refine was the other one. All of those words entail some level of subjectivity in the goal, to where I'm just confused on what would be wrong with me saying everyone deserves to go to hell, no matter what they do, beyond that level of subjectivity. Like, is my answer objectively wrong then?
No, it's not. It's wrong under this paradigm. Like, so like you would have that stance, and you would have your reasons for having that stance, and I would just wonder what those reasons were. Like, what's your goal here? Like, is your goal to have a flourishing society? Probably not, because you think that everybody deserves to go to like eternal conscious torment. So I'm like, well, what's the reasoning for that? You could make.
I don't like people.
You don't.
Let's say that.
Yeah. So like let's say there's an alien civilization that views us as like we view like oozing spiders. They're grossed out by us. They can't help it. They're like, they just want to stomp us out of existence. And maybe we carry some kind of disease that like we're fine with, and that's why we haven't discovered it, because we haven't bothered to like check it out or something. But then like it's toxic to them, so they would be trying to eradicate us, and that would be morally justifiable under their moral framework.
That's a funny thought experiment.
But then like for us, they would be an existential threat to us. So both would be right. Both would be right under their own respective paradigms, that it's good to at least avoid the other society. If not, like if it came to it, wipe them out. Like you wipe them out, there's no chance that they can be a threat to you. But there could be arguably there could be a greater good by like just trying to keep distance and finding ways to like interact that are safe, that are mutually beneficial. That'd be the ultimate good, because we get the ultimate benefit out of that. But then again, if there's another society of like aliens on another planet that's just like, they're fine with us and they actually kind of like us, but they think their God told them to wipe us out, that'd be like arbitrary and kind of stupid. And it would be based on like a false belief that they hold, which would be detrimental to us. You know what I'm saying?
If we assume their God doesn't exist, then yes, that would be a false belief to hold. Right.
Yeah.
That's a pretty W thought experiment though. Like I like both of those analogies.
Oh,
Sometimes you say things that like actually make sense every once in a while. And then like the headache leaves me for just a little bit. I'm like, dang, I forget I like this guy.
Ethan, be honest though. Do I actually give you a headache a lot?
No, I love talking to you. You're probably the channel I come the most on to.
Yeah,
there's like one other buddy of mine that I chat with a lot.
Yeah, you're frequently here. Well, good. I like, because I feel like sometimes I have a brain fog when I'm even on my own live. I think because it's a combination of being late and I drink on live. So I'm like zoned out sometimes and I have to like recollect myself. But yeah, sometimes I think I do have some pretty W takes, can't lie.
Dude, I can't touch alcohol forever now. I just got back today from Vegas for my buddy's bachelor party. It's a nightmare of gambling and alcohol.
Wow.
Just saying that word makes me sick now.
Do you think Jesus approved?
That's what confession's for, Lobes.
You can confess. It's okay.
It's 2 nights. I confess to you. Am I good now? Is that how that works?
I'm a priest of Lobesism. Well, I'm the Pope, actually.
Father Lobes?
Yeah, Father Lobes. Papa Lobes. You call me Daddy.
Daddy Lobes, and am I absolved of my sins?
Oh, yeah.
All right, sweet. All right, we just made new religion. I'm so happy for it. Okay, let's switch gears. Just push back on whatever you want now, because I've been going at you the whole time.
Well, I mean, I just spoke for a lot, and you said that it was a W thought experiment. But where does that?
Well, I think it assumes both of our conclusions, because the idea that you don't like the second group of aliens, or you think they have an unjustified belief, it seems like that still just devolves back into the same thing. Like, even if they had a incorrect reason, or they had faulty logic, but it still devolves back into their preference. So they liked the idea of what they were doing. They thought there was good reason to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same justification you're actually giving me still, even if your logic has some level of soundness, right?
All right. So what is
does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
And I agree. But like, what is your reason for thinking that if a God is at play, that suddenly morality, when this example I've just laid out, I think shows how just subjective it is. How does a God being in the picture make it somehow objective? How does God's decrees and commands and statements, how are they anything more than just his subjective opinion?
Well, part of that's going to go into like more orthodox metaphysics, which are probably going to be most similar to maybe some Catholics you've talked to or talked before.
Maybe.
So the general idea, and we have very different metaphysics from them, but it's very similar answers on this question. So we believe in these things called transcendental categories. So like, we're not truth deflationists. We think that's like an actual thing. We think morality is an actual thing. Consciousness would be to free will would be past, future, thought, stuff like that.
Why?
Are not just physical things in the Christian worldview.
Why do you think
we think those, because all those things need or are you asking why we got there from a Christian perspective, or or how I would justify that?
I guess I'm asking for the justification, because it seems like people feel passionate about things and then they say that they don't know how to justify it, so they say, well, God told me. And then like everybody just accepts that, okay, now it's objective. But I don't know how that actually justifies that it's objective.
Okay, it's because God told me. No, but on a serious note, I mean, I would just go back to councils. I think there's pretty clear moments in Scripture that this is the case too. So I mean, I think it's pretty clear that morality would necessarily be objective under God, because when we talk about that, we're talking about a literal object. Like, they're called transcendental categories, which are actual objects inside of the Christian worldview. And since it's an internal critique, you'd have to grant that and show me where the arbitrariness is of it, or why it's dependent on some certain thing that makes it no longer an object. But it's just like an actual thing now. Like oughtness is a real thing in the Christian worldview.
But why? Why is it a real thing in the Christian worldview? Like, what's the justification for that being a part of the worldview?
Because we find it in the Bible and it's talked about in all the earlier church councils. I'm not sure if that gets at what you're saying. Do you want like concrete examples of something in there, or are you asking for something different?
Because like
I think that's not your question.
I just don't really understand how, because like I think if you believe that, you know, God made the universe and that he made us, and then Jesus saved us from sin, and there's a bunch of different denominations takes on all the tidbits about how that went down and what's important and what isn't. The morality could still be subjective the whole way through, and that still be consistent, just with God's takes being subjective opinion from him. But like to say that they're objective, like the morals themselves have some kind of ontology, or they're based in or they are objective rules, I don't know that that's necessary to the rest of the paradigm.
I think it would be necessary to the rest of the Christian paradigm, because I don't think you can ground any of the transcendental categories in Christianity without that specific view. So like you can't be a truth deflationist, like most atheists would be, to get out of transcendental category justification that someone running tag would try and put you into. But you can't do that in Christianity, because we've literally defined Jesus as the truth. And so it's really hard to get past that. And like truth would just be another transcendental category, for example. So this is actually necessary to the Christian worldview. That's just like kind of an example of why it would be necessary, though.
I don't think I get it. I mean, also defining Jesus as truth is like I don't even know how to like imagine that. Like if I accepted that, I wouldn't even know what I accepted.
Okay. We could run back down that, or I can try and explain it. Like, do you have some crayons for me, Lobes? I can throw Subway Surfers on the bottom of the screen too.
Because I'm trying to, because like when I think about the truth, like it's that which comports with reality, and I'm like, Jesus is the concept of truth or something, like, but he's a physical person. Like if Jesus is a person, like a human being, and he is truth, could I be hate or like contradiction? Could I be like another concept as a human being?
Not as a human being, no, because
but Jesus is
like part of our nature. Yeah, but he's also God. So like he has the instantiation because of the nature of God, because he has the nature of God, he can instantiate transcendental categories. That's not something we can do.
So like because God is conceptual and Jesus is God, then Jesus can also be conceptual.
Here's a good way to think about it. You probably won't grant all of these.
Probably.
Maybe you will, and if you do, it'll be easier. But I'll ask you like 3 yes or no questions, and I think this might actually totally clear it up. So, is truth something that's conceptual, or is it something physical? What's truth?
Truth is conceptual.
Okay. And is something universally true?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Either way, that would make that specific claim universally true. So you will have to say yes.
Oh, because
if you say no, then I'll be like, is that universally true?
Yeah, I used to say the same thing when I was a Christian. I didn't really know what I was.
You were talking down to me so hard on that one right there. You better take that shit back. That was the most backhand thing I've ever heard.
No,
I back when I was your age, Ethan.
No, but I literally used to say that when I was a Christian. I would be like, atheists don't believe in absolute truth. Is that absolutely true? And I didn't know what people meant when they said atheists don't believe in absolute truth, because I did, and I was like, it is what it is, and like it's true. And they say that like it's not true. It's truth is subject. I didn't understand it, so I would just say, "Is that absolutely true?" And then I would like slam my dick on the table and walk away.
Then you win only because of that. That was the conclusion. You went premise, conclusion, dick slammed on the table, debate over.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're left with the.
I do the
splinters.
same thing when we debate. My camera's just off, by the way. But
yeah. And it doesn't make that much of a.
So here's the. So we'll just pretend that you granted the two things that were going on there. The idea that truth is conceptual and it's also universally true. If that's the case, then there would need to be a universal mind if concepts are held in the mind. So that's why we think there needs to be an instantiation for something like that, because that's part of like the prior metaphysics already going on in Christianity. So so it would be necessarily true for that.
Yeah, I don't know, because I think that if there were no minds existing, but there were no minds in the universe, like the sun blew up or something, then the concept of truth would cease to exist. But like,
well, I think the predication of truth would cease to exist, not the concept itself.
I don't think that concepts have ontology though. So like, you need a mind in order to conceptualize something. Right?
Well, the mind has an ontology, right?
Isn't that like the whole point? Like you would need a mind in order for truth to exist. And if like we wiped out all the minds, then like truth would cease to exist.
Well, I actually think you agree with me on that, because you said concepts don't have an ontology, but they're in the mind, and the mind does have an ontology. So how could that be the case?
Sure. Yeah. So like, the statement, "It's true that there are no minds," couldn't really exist, but like it would be like the case, but nobody could actually say that because there wouldn't be any minds. But like if you assume a world where there's no minds, would it be true that there are no minds?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. This is actually like, I actually thought for a while when I was more simple-minded like you, Lobes, just to do it back to you.
Now I'm Lobes.
Doesn't feel very good, does it?
Developed. So I was one single frontal lobe, and now I'm like more, so I have grown.
Yeah, true. Double lobe, too much for me. So part of the problem is that you're asking this question to a Christian, and I don't think it's logically possible to have a world without the Christian God. Like, I think that's literally just the necessary worldview. So this question is asking a logical contradiction from the Christian worldview. You just don't presuppose that that's necessary,
man. Like, just accept that like the universe is eternal or something, and like.
Well, I can't do that as a Christian. If you want me to put an atheist hat on and do that, I can.
Just do it hypothetically.
All right, hypothetically, this logically contradictory question, I'll answer it. Say the question again. Then this just doesn't work because of the Christian presuppositions, though.
Well, come on, man. Like, you can say that, like, hey, in Harry Potter, there's no Christian God, so how does their world even exist? So I can't judge whether or not like Harry can pick up a wand, because Harry can't possibly exist because he doesn't exist in a world where my God exists, right? Like, you can suspend your disbelief for a second just to engage in a hypothetical.
Yeah, I think I'll do it, but this question doesn't fit in my worldview. But I will engage in the hypothetical. Whatever you want.
Just how about if you thought like if you were an atheist?
Okay. Well, that's what I asked. If I'm an atheist, I can answer this question. That's what I said.
Fine. All right.
I'm happy to engage, Lobes.
All right, then. Okay.
All right.
If you were an atheist.
Yeah. If I was an atheist, and there were no minds, would truth exist? I would say yes, probably.
Why?
Because I would probably be a truth deflationist. So it's just like merely descriptive then. So then I think I could say that's the case if there were no minds. But then I have to try and wrestle with if truth is conceptual or not. And I can't say that. So I think it's really difficult as a deflationist to get a better definition of truth. So I think that's where the problem would be. But I do think I would agree with you on your hypothetical then, because I assume you'd hold the same answer I gave you.
Yeah, like I think that truth is you describing accurately what there is, or like what the circumstance is.
Oh, wait, truth is you describing something?
Or you're stating something that comports with reality.
Well, is stating necessary in the definition of truth? Because I don't think you believe that.
I guess not.
Yeah, because you can't answer the hypothetical the same way then if you do say that.
Yeah, I guess not. But because
I don't know what you
think
would say though.
It's because it doesn't necessarily need to be a statement. It's not. I don't say that it's a statement that comports with reality. It's that which comports with reality. So I guess a notion. It doesn't have to be a statement, but like a notion. Because,
okay, well, you actually don't sound like a deflationist then.
The universe is what it is. And I don't think that it's like, I think that me saying that is true, but like, I don't think it would necessarily be true or not true if I wasn't around to like say that. It would be it. And then if you ask me, is that true? I would be like, well, you're asking me. And the only reason I can even answer that is because my mind exists to say so.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying at the start. Like, we just wouldn't be able to predicate on the truth, even if it exists, unless Christianity is the case. And then truth is like actually has a positive ontology.
Yeah.
I think there's problems with the way you're defining it, though. But I mean, I've done enough of the pushing still, so I'll still shut up.
You know, it's like convenient because whenever there's a hard problem, you could just be like, well, God does it. Like if I'm trying to like define truth, it's like truth is just like predicated on God. And with morals, how do I ground my morals? Well, God's like whatever God says goes, and God's morals conveniently align with mine because I don't know this, but like my society that I grew up in designed the God intentionally or otherwise, and so it would just so happen that my God agrees with me, and I think I agree with my God, but really he agrees with me. It's just like really convenient from my perspective.
Well, it's not like an arbitrary escape hatch that you can just use whenever. This was like a consistent doctrine since basically the first council of the church. So like it's not like they were in their head like, oh, someone's gonna ask Ethan, that guy Lobes is gonna ask Ethan this question, then slam his dick on the table again. So we need to have this idea.
Well, obviously not that, but you can't just like make things up on the spot. You wouldn't be able to believe it. But because religions exist over a long period of time, they're faced with certain scrutiny, and somebody comes up with an apologetic at somewhere along the line for a difficult question, and it becomes the dogmatic answer, and then those solutions to the inevitable problems that they're presented with just become their dogma. And so that's why there's so much deep theology for all these different religions that exist today. And new religions, you don't see a lot of them, a lot of new religions, but they're not taken seriously by anybody. They have all these holes because they haven't been they haven't had those
held under the scrutiny.
Yeah, they haven't had those plugged up with generations of apologetics.
Well, I think I could say the same thing to you, and all we're doing is just interpreting the evidence based on our presuppositions in this question. So I'll just do the exact same thing and see if you have like some kind of symmetry break here. You just can remain agnostic on any of these claims because you're not held to any beliefs since you're an atheist. And I think that's really convenient that you get to do that as an escape hatch. And then you would be like, well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the only reason I can say that to you is because I'm not an atheist. And so I assume it's just an easy escape hatch. And if an atheist says that to a Christian, they're assuming the same thing. But we both think what we're actually saying is true.
It's that, well, yeah, you do. But I mean, do you not see like the rationality from not jumping to a conclusion or just putting faith in a particular dogma?
I think there's some level of irrationality with not jumping to conclusions on certain foundational things that would have to be true for debate to have some level of usefulness. But I do think it's okay to withhold judgment and not make critiques of other worldviews. And I can go into more of why that's the case, because you probably wouldn't bite on that at all.
Okay.
So like if I said, oh, there's no evidence for God, and I remained completely arbitrary, or not even arbitrary. I just remained completely agnostic on what evidence meant. I can't fight back against that as a Christian against something like that, because I would try and give them evidence, and they could just, whenever they want, be like, well, I don't even know if that's evidence. So I can remain agnostic. Like, doesn't that seem unfair in a debate if you did something like that?
I see what you're saying, but I think that's like the I think that's a reasonable place to stand.
I think
Genuinely.
saying that you don't have a good conception of what evidence looks like would be honest, but then saying that there's no evidence for X thing would not be a good response.
Well,
You can't do both.
Well, so I guess when you're making claims, the claims are personal to you, and so if you haven't seen anything that is convincing to you, or suggests that the thing, or like at least is like working in the claim's favor, then you could be justified in saying that there is no evidence. You might be wrong, but like from your perspective, I think you'd be right. You see
Well,
what I'm
but we
saying?
granted this person doesn't know what evidence is, so like they don't actually have
of
any
anything
reason.
or of God.
They don't have like a good idea of what evidence is itself. Not evidence for a certain thing, but they don't have a good definition for what evidence is. That would be a fair, solid definition to go into a debate with, right? So it wouldn't just be a question of like the personal convincing. It would be like you're trying to appeal to some standard for your claim that God doesn't exist, and you don't even know what that standard is, or evidence is the standard, just to clarify. Like that shouldn't be allowed. And I think that's kind of what you're saying to me when I'm talking about really abstract things like Christian metaphysics. Like, well, you can't actually know that, but it just happens to fit your narrative. Or is that fair to say?
I think so. Yeah, like because when it comes to the Christian metaphysics, I don't see any justification for them, and you believe them for one reason or another. But obviously, it does seem very.
I believe them
convenient from where I'm
because
sitting.
you slapped your dick on the table. By the way, your conclusion follows my worldview. So good try.
That is unfortunate that when I slapped my dick on the table, you became a Christian or whatever it was you just.
I can officially say nice cock, Lobes.
Mm-hmm.
Got you, bro.
Thank you. I've been like working on it and stuff, working it out.
All right. It's getting a little late for me. I'm happy if you want to push back at anything else at all for like a couple more minutes if you want. But I'll probably head to bed here in the next like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, no, I usually go till like 2 Eastern, so I'm going to wrap it up in probably about 20. I don't.
Okay, cool.
Let me see if I have any other guests. If I do, then I'll conclude here. But if I don't, then I guess we'll just see. This thing is like super slow for some reason. I don't know why TikTok Studio is this way. Here we go. Okay, nobody is requesting. Somebody request so I can drop Ethan. Ethan, your teacups, I can't hear you complaining.
I was actually talking so much shit too. You know what I was doing?
What?
We were talking about horror movies last time, and I was going to my letterbox to find my top 10 horror movies and get your take on it.
Yeah, because I said I like Saw, and you were like,
yeah, I was
Saw?
like, that's kind of it's. I mean, it's not bad. It's like a 6 out of 10 though.
6 out of 10. Well, what about the first?
That's above average. The first one, sure. The second one turns it up a notch, but gets a little too ridiculous. I like the mystery of the first one. The third one's not that good though. I think the best one is it's like 6 or something. Whichever one has the shot pew pew carousel in it. That one was just
That
so
is
ridiculous.
6.
Everything happened in it, dude. That one was pretty sick for
They
other
were given
reasons.
the like impossible choices too. Dude was like, you have to choose which person hangs, and if you don't pick, then like they just both hang. That's an interesting question. What would you do in that situation?
It's like a proto trolley problem. Yeah, I have to choose if someone hangs or both people do.
Yeah, do you remember who the characters were?
Bald. No, I don't remember who's who. But if we just do like, say, I don't know either of the people, or do I know both the people?
You were like told. So in the situation, he was told.
One of them
the
was like his
people-
boss, right?
No, one of them like worked at his company, but like I think he was their boss, and she had like she was like it was like a whole insurance thing. Like your policy would say that she's not eligible for coverage or something like that. Like she's past her prime.
That's right.
And that was the whole irony. And
Yep.
she was like older, and she had a lot of family who loved her, and she had like these health problems, but she wasn't like it wasn't like she was like on her deathbed or anything. And then the other guy. And he knew her. And then the other guy, he didn't know him, but he was like really young, but he didn't have any family and apparently no friends or anything. But he was like early 20s. And like
Okay. Shoot. I would love to have more information on it. But as like a general question, I have no idea if I would even pull one or the other. I probably would. And whoever the older person is, I would probably pull, which sounds horrible, but I mean, there's no good answer there.
There's no good answer. And in my view, this is where like moral agency has been removed from you because you've been put in an impossible situation where you've been put into a situation where there's no good moral outcome. You have a problem with every outcome. Like if I act with action A, or it's bad. I've done a bad thing. If I actually act with action B, I've done a bad thing. If I abstain, which is option C, then like that's also a bad thing. It's actually worse because now they both die. So you're in an impossible situation, and I don't think that you can. I think you're absolved of like some moral responsibility when you're in. I don't think you could be judged for something that you decide in that instance. But what do you think under your objective moral God's watching you kind of paradigm?
He would say, wait to see how you feel after Loeb slaps his dick on the table for the third time. And if he doesn't end up saying that, I think what would happen is part of the Christian ethical worldview is stating that. So do you know like the three kind of ethical systems that you can hold to?
Enlighten me.
Okay. Yeah. So there's like agent, action, and consequentialist ethical systems, and everyone's going to fall into 1, 2 out of 3, or 3 out of 3 categories. Christianity doesn't fall into consequentialism at all. It's an agent and an action based ethical system. So both people hanging is actually a possibility under the Christian worldview, probably. I don't think that it makes sense because there's some action problems with it in like certain kinds of cultivation of worldview or cultivation of virtues. But I would assume you'd probably pick one of them to go, and you'd pick some reason. Like I think age is probably not the worst reason ever, or maybe like the state of a person or like how they've acted as a person. Maybe the better person goes or something because they go to heaven.
In the movie, he actually saves the older lady.
Okay, I didn't remember. Yeah, I don't even remember that part.
To be honest, I don't know what I would do. I would probably save the younger guy. I don't know. There's like a timer, and it's like it is an impossible situation. But I think
you're cooked either way.
With the whole, I used to hold this idea when I was a Christian that like if I do the bad thing, then like I'm liable. But like if in this situation, I probably would have thought if I do nothing, then like I'm morally clean, and the person who put me in the situation, they are the one who now has both these lives on his hands. And
I don't think I disagree with that.
But the only thing is that if I'm judging that paradigm, I now have selfishly just like wanted to be clean, and I wanted that more than like to save somebody else's life. So like I've done a selfish thing by trying to like keep myself clean when I could have been selfless and like blemish myself in order to do some good, to try like cut the harm in half at my own cost. Self-sacrifice.
That's a
like
good
Jesus.
point. I think there's some problems with like it almost seems like there's an atheist supposition of death because unaliving someone takes some level of intention, and so I don't think you're unaliving anyone by having some level of inaction in this specific scenario. There's definitely some you could come up with where you would
I
have
guess
that for
you
sure,
could
like
look at it
drowning in a
like
pool or something.
you could look at it like they are both going to be hanged, and you can save one of them. Like you don't like so by saving one of them, you're dropping the floor from the other one, but the consequence is that, and this is like a key word I guess that you would probably notate, but like the consequence is that you have saved one person, and that was the intention behind the action. Like the action,
You read my damn mind with that. That was crazy.
the the action was not intended to like kill, and if there was not this impossible situation, you would not, like if it was like kill this person or not, you would just be like, okay, not easy. But like if it's like save this person or save that person, but like physically what's happening is you're dropping the floor out from somebody else, I think that is ultimately what is happening, is you're saving somebody, because otherwise if you don't act, then both will drop.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. There's a couple different things that go into it that would churn into another 30-minute discussion. I think any possible answer might be okay in that circumstance. I don't know. I'm not completely sure on what the answer would be for sure.
But I really like that you're like unsure, because I'm kind of unsure too. But I do hold the stance that there is no right answer, and so you're absolved of like moral responsibility. Like any answer is acceptable if you're put in. Like some might be like better from certain points of view, but I don't think that you should be expected by anybody to make the perfect decision when there is no perfect decision to be found, right?
Yeah, I think the thing that probably would happen, like if you're like really pressing me on like what a Christian worldview would say, is it's probably going to fall back on some level of intention, because that's necessary in like the agent category of ethics, or the action category of ethics. Sorry. So, as long as there is a good intention for your actions, you're probably in a good position based on it. And I think you can probably dream up of a good intention for letting both people hang, but I don't think that's what I would do, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, this is
We
like,
can throw you up there with like one of your friends, and we can see what I decide to do, and then we'll play it out in real life and see what happens.
What's one of my friends that you know Daniel?
I just chatted with him right before this for like 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, because he does his lives the same night as me now, because I had to change my day. Usually I would be up there hanging out with him on his, and I'm pissed I can't do that anymore.
Oh, dang. Yeah, it was good chatting with him.
Yeah. So, all right. It's me and Daniel. And I'm gonna get ready to clip this. All right, so...
Dude, I like you more than Daniel, so I'm going to do that, because you made an argument that kind of pissed me off earlier.
But
we were cool the whole time, but I was like, dude, that was so stupid. No way you said that.
Who, he said something? Or I said something?
I mean, he just had an argument that I thought was dumb, so I'll probably hang him instead.
I didn't even ask.
No shade to Daniel. I like Daniel.
I didn't ask if it was gonna. I could have asked, who would you rather have coffee with? And you're like, I'd probably hang Daniel before I asked it.
And I will have coffee with you and then hang Daniel. What about that? Now what?
No matter what the circumstance. I'm just saying.
Give me any hypothetical, same answer. No, I like Daniel though. He's cool.
I don't know how much of this highlight I recorded, but I just clicked the button.
You just clip this and just send it to Daniel. And you just post it up on your story, send it to Daniel after. I'm just banned from TikTok.
You do not deserve to go to hell, but maybe Daniel deserves something.
Yeah, we just like go into it. I gave like the most wishy-washy, nicest Christian answer, and then you clip right after with me being like, I want Daniel to hang. The duality of Christians.
Insanity. Yeah, man, it was a good talk. I'm going to do my final announcements, but I guess now is a pretty good stopping point. It's always a pleasure talking with you, Ethan.
Yeah, sounds good. Nice chatting with you too.
It's only gotten better too. Like every time I talk to you, I enjoy it more.
Oh yeah, we've had a bunch of fun chats. I'll get back on my monthly Lobes live sometime next month then, and we'll be back at it. I'm away from my phone, so you're gonna have to drop me off. But good chatting with you, dude. Have a good night.
All right, good night. All right, guys. W's in the chat for Ethan. If you're still with me, thank you for hanging out. We've got only 9 on TikTok, but we got 23 over on YouTube. It's all right. I think the height of it was like 50 or 60 between the two platforms tonight, so decent numbers. I'm pretty small. Not a lot of people know who I am. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. If you like the you need to just like relax and accept it, Ethan. Okay, I'm going to. If she's an adult consenting woman, your mom, she can do what she wills, and she's the one who initiates it anyway. So, if you guys like what's going on, you can't be my dad. Well, I'm not into like getting married to her anyway, so it's okay. If you guys like what you're seeing here, follow me. I go live every Sunday night, and I try to go live more often than that, and I usually do, but I do go live at least once a week, and that's always going to be on Sunday evenings at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. This is my first time ever being live on the Deconstruction Junction YouTube channel, so let me open up that comment section and see, because I'm sorry, I haven't been checking it. I'm not used to it. I don't know when the last time it was active. It looks like one dude, Hope Fiend, was just like spamming the chat a lot. I don't know what was going on in here. But also that channel is at a delay, so they're not even hearing any of this right now. But guys, make sure you follow me on TikTok. I do have a YouTube channel, and this is it's not really active. I have a video up there. I plan on posting up there soon, and more frequently. But I do these lives, and I post every day on TikTok. So if you really enjoy what you're seeing, you can be a panelist and support me. The best way is to become a super fan. I got a goal of 30. I'm at 21 now. Thank you guys very much, though. With that, it's been really fun hanging out, guys. Make sure you tap the screen like crazy while we go through the outro sequence. You guys have a great